an odd time. Now the issue is that we the black people have to take our destiny in our hands. And they say you be wicked, whatever. Okay, are you? Let's take our destiny in our hands. Nobody will help us but us. But we cannot remain divisive. There is a say that a kingdom divided among themselves will not stand. So let us try as much as we can. Like I always say that I'm a different person in my own household, and it's okay for everybody to be different. But in the midst of all of that, we all can compromise for the peace and the progress of the family. And so also I believe in Nigerian space. But to think in one way or the other that the West will help you to become a better country or better people, I think
John
that is
Abba, we are not saying that. We are not. Nobody
listen
is
to
saying
me,
that, John
listen
Abba.
to me. I
No,
have
we've
had
listened
it
to you.
down.
How many times are we going to listen to you in one night?
Yeah.
We've
Hello,
listened to you,
listen.
John Abba.
Because no, listen, I'm summarizing myself because you are counting it and it's not true. I heard people, I don't want to mention
I'm
their
not
name.
attacking anything. All I'm saying
Okay,
is that you
yeah,
are the one
listen, I'm
attacking. You are
not.
saying we said. I'm saying no. That's not what people said.
Yeah, you said no.
Nobody
I'm not
said we
saying
are
you
looking.
and I.
Nobody is looking for
Yes,
help from
yes,
anywhere
there
outside.
is. I don't want to mention their name, and there is this morning here on this
Mention name.
platform.
Okay,
You can.
all right.
How do you
Okay, if I want to mention name, I will mention name if you want to.
mention
But
name?
you
Yeah.
listen to me. You go through your this thing. Go through your roll it back. You will see it. That people were saying that their problem is the West. This party is good for this, and this party is not good for that. They say
You're
that.
not addressing the issue. Then address it. Be bold. Let us. This
Okay,
is where it starts from. Address it.
brother,
Face it.
brother. If you
Let
have a
us face it
cockroach
as
in
it
your
is.
cupboard that you think you are affected, just stay it. But
Yeah, yeah. If you are even scared to address the person, you say you don't want to mention it. How do
I
you solve
don't
our problem?
have to, and I know the people that are not even here. I don't want to mention people that are not here because you see, when they cannot defend themselves, I always said it in this platform. Don't mention people's name if they are not
John
here.
Abba,
So
I see that.
listen to
Look,
me.
I can see what's happening. They are not liking your political party in the US. You want to drag the matter here again. We are not going to agree.
I don't know even belong to any particular party. I know party make a choice how I live my life in America, and even in Nigeria as well. So that is your country you live with your big flag,
So you have you've spoken. Now let the matter rest, John Abba. Let this matter rest. Ngwanu
I don't want
abeg,
you to rest because you
Ojo.
are not rested for the past 1 year. Let us take it to the next
S'il
level.
vous
Let
plaît,
us take
s'il vous plaît,
responsibility.
s'il vous plaît.
Huh?
S'il vous plaît, isn't it? S'il vous plaît.
Laissez chose là.
Okay, forefathers.
Parlez avec autre chose.
Forefather, these are talk this evening here. The Fulani man is another talk here now.
Oh my God.
I eat to my brother Jagun. Jagun, I
The
eat
whole
to
Jagun
him.
is quiet
I
today.
eat to my brother Jagun
Even
because
Jaguar,
he look
even
more
Jaguar has
cool.
been tamed for
He look
tonight.
more Anton and AY than this
You,
Fulani man now.
Father,
you
what
guys are not
I
allowing
wanted to
Jagun to
ask the
speak.
panel
Oh.
was if they listened to the weekend's broadcast in Abuja 2 days ago, wherein he said that yes, Nigerians are suffering. So yes, we know that Nigerians are suffering. Everybody knows that Nigerians are suffering. So, and I was thinking that was something we'll probably discuss today, especially the fact that he said Professor, the good professor who's a lawyer,
Ozekome.
was also among those taking briefs from politicians who rig election. I thought it was a very great contrast because
I'm not so surprised though. I did have an
also,
encounter with them.
if you know Wike, well, I wanted us to discuss that because it shows the plight, and that in fact doctors what we were discussing some minutes ago.
So Wike saying that Nigerians are suffering is a bad thing. It's a big revelation.
So what?
How about the one that said Nigerians should die? Yeah, I have a video
Well,
here.
that one, the one who said Nigeria should die is not a political office holder. The one who said Nigerians are suffering, so what, is a minister of the FCT. And why I'm concerned with that statement is the fact that when you have an official position in Nigeria, you don't care how you speak. They just speak as much as any way they want. People are suffering, it doesn't bother you. And they're saying that people are suffering. He says, yes, who doesn't know people are suffering? What do you mean by that? Even, okay, see, in any which way you look at it, I've tried to rationalize why somebody can speak that way. I didn't find any reason whatsoever why he will come up and blow such statement. So I felt maybe it's part of what we should discuss today also.
I think, to be fair, I wish I knew about that earlier on. I think, to be fair, we all know why they are the way they are to an extent. Something happens to these people when they get to that that Abuja. They become so detached from the people. Didn't you see the one that was saying that the reason why they don't want to buy Nigerian-made cars because the roads are bad? He doesn't even know how bad it sounds. And they even ask them, they come
And
to
you
channels.
were playing that to just insult our accessibility forefathers. I'm sure I'm going to dream about that speech. It's very annoying.
You see Nigerians that will never be pleased. They bring issue out. He said I'm insulting him. I'm trying to highlight how silly some of our Nigerian leaders are. Like one of them now, they were asking on this thing on the channel. I think they said something about the money that they were using for private jets. You need to see the way he was trying to talk to the reporter. He knew what he was saying doesn't make sense, but he was just somehow.
Sorry, forefathers. Let me just forefathers, and this is where we Nigerians we miss it. We think that it's when they get there that something happens to them. The truth is that you forefathers, as long as you have sanity, you find it difficult to be there because the process as it is today is not a sane process. So this is what we need to understand, that we are allowing already deranged people to have a field day, and then we're expecting sanity from an asylum, sincerely speaking. This is what, for you to expect anything out of the system, I keep saying the system, not just the government, because government has been changing, parties have been changing, but if you look at the system, it has remained the same. It's a rentier system to start with.
Masca, did you see that official that was, I think it was a NAS official, he was saying that they too should take a pay cut. I don't think whether I saw him. I think he said that, I think it looks like he was from the north, but he was saying that, yeah, there's no reason why they too cannot take pay cut just as the people are suffering and stuff like that. So there are some people
These are not the issue, forefather. The issue, that's not the issue. You can't see, look, what is happening is that these people, go and check it now. Look at all the people. They were governors before. They have read their states. They are now in the Senate. And you are telling me that they take pay cut. So that solves the problem. How?
No. It's just
if they don't collect
the people that they understand.
The problem with Nigeria is not a signaling problem. It's a fundamental problem. It's the question of you are in the wrong vehicle.
No, I agree with you.
It's not to signal.
Try to understand where I'm coming from.
The whole of these people are not going to take us anywhere.
Let me say what I need to. The reason why these things matter. If you said that you are in the wrong vehicle, if you want to get on the right vehicle, you need to signal to the people to join the right vehicle. To do that, you need to start showing to them that you are in the same predicament as they are. If you don't do that, they will not trust you.
No. See, okay, so my advice to Nigerians is that the beauty about the system we practice, that this motor will stop at a bus stop at some point. Okay, what you need to do, you inside the bus, whisper to each other that once that bus stop, we reach that bus stop, because the motor must come to a standstill. We have to all agree when the motor reach bus stop, what are we going to do? Anything that you're talking, motor is running at 100 and 200 kilometers per hour. What are you going to do? You want to jump outside the window? No. Even if you jump and enter US or UK that you will still come back inside that motor. That's how problematic the motor is. When the motor reach that bus stop, we should focus on it. What is going to happen when the motor reach bus stop and they remove it out of gear and they switch off the engine? This is it. Signaling what Wike said doesn't matter to me.
Hold on. What would this bus stop mean that you're referring to?
2027.
I see.
That is
Okay.
when the motor will reach the bus stop. Okay.
And then you have a chance.
Unless if you are saying that people are advocating that let's all agree, let's hold the driver, let's struggle with the steering with him. Meaning that if accident happen, it's possible. Anything can happen.
No,
Some people are advocating
I
that.
don't disagree with you on that. I don't necessarily
Some
disagree
of
with you
us are
on
saying
your
that let's whisper to each other. When this motor will reach bus stop, this is me and you. We know that bus stop motor must stop. What we do on that day.
Masker, you can tell the driver to take the sunshade off and stop driving in the opposite lane.
I know this driver. Look, these are people who have planned it. This is a one chance motor. What are you saying? They planned this thing. They plan how to rob everybody inside the motor. They are robbing everybody one by one.
You have not considered the fact that the driver thinks that he's the owner of the motor, and carrying you is simply a privilege that you can't even ask him how to drive.
No. See, these are the things we tell ourselves to do. This driver knows who has allowed him to drive. They are driving turn by turn. It's not his motor. He's not the only. That's why he's settling everybody. Why is Wike in FCT to start with? If he owns the motor, why is he putting Wike in the FCT? He knows that it's a collective decision. They're sat somewhere and agreed.
Okay. So wait. I want to ask you a question, Masker. This last election, do you think the winner is the president?
It's irrelevant.
No, you can't say it is irrelevant because that is the only way the people can take the steering and decide who drives the
If they carry this, listen, what I'm saying, if they take the regime today and give you, the system is still the same.
You have to ask a question. Answer the one I asked you. Except if you want to be political about it.
What did you ask me? You said, well, I think whether the winner won.
Yes.
Okay. You're asking me whether I think Tinubu won the election fair and square.
Yes.
I don't think the election was fair and square, but I think as it is, no matter how unfair and unsquare it is, I am of the opinion that Tinubu is ahead of the other people, whatever the process they wanted to do. This is what I will answer you.
Not ahead of the people that voted. That's because the question is, you said that when we get to 2027.
Look, okay, so what I'm telling you, people voted for Tinubu. A lot of people voted for Tinubu. Whether they are in the majority or they are not in the majority, I cannot ascertain because this is a number issue and I'm not into the game of conjecture. Okay, I cannot sit here and do the conjunction, and this is one of the things I'm saying. If the only thing, sorry for fathers, if the only thing diaspora people can do is let us reach a point where tomorrow this argument we are having, this discussion me and you were having, we should put it aside. Let us know that okay, look, we have evidence that this is the person that won, but this is the person that they swore in.
Can I also ask this question? How do you think the people can influence the electoral body such that they are accountable for every process that they claim to hold? Because these are the things that can make the change. There's a reason why I'm asking you. You are saying that the people have the power, and I believe so.
Hold on, before you start conducting. Hold on. Let me answer the question that you answered earlier on, because I think I've done a little bit of kind of analysis on my own side, and maybe I can be able to share that, because I believe that we don't know who won the election in terms of if it was fair as well or whatever. But analytically, if you look at it, one can reasonably, in terms of even by probability, guess that Tinubu.
No, forefathers, please. You are just going to go into a conjecture, and once you start that, those who are saying that Peter Obi won.
No, you're not letting me.
I know your analysis. In fact, I'm sure Tone knows your analysis. John Abba knows the analysis you are going to give. Joanna knows the
Yeah,
analysis. AY knows. I don't know about
give your
Emiloko.
answer. You have to let me talk because you can't necessarily know. Other people that are watching today that have never seen me had a
Okay,
married before.
I agree
I'm
with
not
you,
going to give. Don't worry.
forefathers.
I'm
I
not going to give
agree.
you.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to give you full analysis. My point is that if you analyze it, you can argue within reason that by normal standard, if you're in any country, that Tinubu probably won the election. Because if somebody gets 30% of the vote and they are the highest person that has got the highest vote, chances are that somewhere along the line, the other side has screwed up. How can somebody get 30% of the vote and win? And you think the other side didn't screw up? The other side screwed up big time. The other side they won 60% of the vote. 60% of the vote. So how is that rigged?
Fathers, wait. I'm not saying it is rigged or not. My question is a simple question. I only ask, do you think the person who won is the president? The answer should have been yes, he won or no. It's a simple answer.
By analysis, you say yes.
No. Now, this is the point.
Are you asking only Masca or you are asking everybody here?
Do you want to answer, Mr. Jonathan?
Of course, you know my answer before you even answer.
I don't know your answer, sincerely.
Oh, I've answered it several times. There is no way, but if you follow Nigerian politics and you follow the people who register, and not only that, during the rally, if you even look at what Rudolph had played, as I mentioned it here, he's not going to win, but the people are still going to make a case that Tinubu will win the election. When we have two major parties, APC and PDP, and the third one become popular, which is the LP through Peter Obi, there's tendency that the original organic APC, we still voted APC, and the PDP that are break up, we voted LP, and the organic PDP, they voted PDP. So in that case, the only person that will lose is the two parties, the one party that break into two, and the one that always been there will win. It's not because we come here and we talk like we don't know our.
Now, Mr. Jonaba, thank you. I get it. But what I'm trying to say, the reason why I asked that question is this. For us to answer who wins the election, look at South Africa, they just had the elections. Everybody can confidently say ACN won the majority of the votes without any if or but or maybe. Because the system,
because we have never been in this situation before.
Listen to me, Mr. Jonaba. Because the system is open and clear, everybody could see it. That is my point.
Our book, you see, let me tell you one thing. That we are causing a problem for ourselves.
Let me land.
I will let you land. I'm just interjecting. I will let you land. We are just causing problem because we have already decided. Me, I don't belong to APC. I don't belong to PDP. I don't belong to LP. What I want is a system in Nigeria that declare fair and free election to any citizen, whether you are from Benue or you are from Igala, which are the more minority in Nigeria. But for me, as a Idoma guy, that you guys already hijacked my own destiny, even if I have
Mr. Jonathan, now you're already going into something else. Please.
No. Listen, like I land now. It's something else because it doesn't.
I have the right.
Yeah, it's something else because you think you are majority and you can't. So just wait.
Jonathan is really trolling you guys today. He's really trolling you guys.
You want the system that works for only. You only want the system that works for only Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. We are not only Hausa and Yoruba in Nigeria. We are all.
That's not true, Jonaba. See, you guys should stop all these things, Jonaba.
Can you keep quiet?
No, I'm not going to keep quiet. I refuse to keep quiet when falsehoods is spread. The truth is that minorities in Nigeria has had the longest tenure of ruling Nigeria. Minorities should also keep quiet. They should not come and spread falsehood. Babangida is a minority. Gowon is a minority. What are we talking about? Don't come and give me something that I know is not true. Minorities have been ruling this country.
You see, when you fit anybody Nigerian, they talk. When I talk minority now, he fit him because he want to discard that. And by the way, Fulani is not majority in Nigeria either. So
Kanuri is also minority.
Exactly.
Abacha was Kanuri.
So, exactly. And I said
what are we talking about?
All of us. And I said
so let's not be complaining.
Okay, I'm not complaining. I will never, even if I will complain, that's not my problem. I can't complain
Can I
to
hang
you.
up my statement now?
So no,
My point
I'm
is
coming now. You see, don't. So the issue that
you didn't
Nigerians
let me
must.
run my point. You see, you didn't let me finish,
I'm
but now you
going
want
there.
to
You will
right.
never. You see, that is one of the problem in Nigeria here. When you think it's not the way you want, you don't want to hear it. Listen to me.
You,
When
number
you
one,
you
ask
have
about
met your match
election,
today,
and
Amy.
I'm trying to tell you that election,
no. You should have waited for me to land. I said I have the
I
right.
interject on the plane because you land, you confuse me. I don't want for you to confuse me.
So you that means look, anyway.
When you said it, I get the point I'm answering. If I have more to see, well, after you finish, I will add to it and interject, please. And interjection is allowed, right? So the notion that that you guys have mapped out how Nigerian will be and Nigeria must go one or direction or the other, I am saying that let us fix a system that works for all Nigerians, regardless, in the summary, regardless of your tribe. We cannot hang it on anybody because anybody you think is going to come into this system is going to fail.
Okay. Now, forefathers, this is what I'm trying to say that made me ask that question. I said, once you have a system that makes it clear who wins, nobody will fight that maybe.
So how do you have the system? We go into a lot of cyclical argument here. How do you have that system? We know it's not there.
That is the point. How?
When
people fail in those positions, make sure that they are punished. That is my point.
How do you make that happen?
How do you make that happen?
Yes. Maybe you are good at asking questions. Now I'm asking you, you are quiet.
No. I'm trying to listen to you.
If they're asking question, now question they ask you. Now question is not, and it's not a rhetorical question. I'm asking you now, how do we do it?
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you.
Why are you helping him now? Let me answer because he's very good at asking.
You said
are you helping me or Emiloko?
No,
Okay, help me.
I'm helping.
I'm not saying it helping anybody now.
Okay, I'm just making my comment. Let me make my comment. This is how we can actually get a more equitable society by making sure that our institutions work. And the way to make the institutions work is starting from one. You see, most Nigerians, I didn't say all Nigerians, most Nigerians are honest to a point. The point where there's a diversion in the Nigerian people's honesty is because of hunger. I repeat, most Nigerians can stand their ground and say, we will not do this. Most Nigerians. But because the system has been skewed towards against them, most times we wake up, we are looking for what to eat till we go to bed. So let us build a system where the salary that is being paid to the ordinary person is able to feed him and help him to take care of his rent and pay school fees for his children. If we do this, that will be a starting point for the rebuilding the society in such a way that we can now begin to talk about strengthening institutions so that if people come to place of authority, they can be able to withstand the pressure of not doing the things that are wrong. After all, Humphrey Nwosu, who I see as the real man who stood for June 12th, did that as an ordinary Nigerian. He put his life, he said, I will not declare a wrong result. And this is the result I will declare. And he did declare the results and faced the consequence of that action. He is an ordinary Nigerian. Mrs. Late Professor Dora Akunyele is an ordinary Nigerian. Many years ago when I was in primary school, there was a man called Paul Nongu. He's late now. He was the Minister of Power. And they wanted him to do something that was wrong, and he refused. In fact, he resigned his appointment. He was the first minister in Nigeria that I know that resigned his appointment, saying, you want me to do something that's wrong against the people, I will not do it. And he left the government. So what am I trying to say? So we can actually be able to build an institution. Then, finally, let us go to the electoral body. Let us now remove that appointment and that authority from the presidency and put it in the hand of the ordinary Nigerian. Let those positions be by election. Let it not be by appointment. And once elected, the person cannot be removed.
The same election we're saying Nigeria cannot hold KG.
No, hold on now. Hold on. You see, we cannot jump from.
Look, honestly, these are the kind of discussions I like, and I'm not finding fault in your argument. I'm just raising what I call junction points so that we can we can eyeball the problem and then understand each other very well. I like your train of thought.
Yes, see, what I was going with, where I was going with the INEC man is that sometimes when these people appoint, let's look use the example of certain countries where their IG or police is an elective positions. Their chief of police are elective position. The people elect you. So you are not under anybody's control. Nobody can come and tell you, okay, this is time to go and arrest KJ, and then you jump because you know that by tomorrow, if you don't do that, you'll be removed. Those positions that we know carry so much authority and they are prone to be manipulated. Let us make it an elective positions where the people can really bring people who they believe have lived in they have exercised their authority in the right way. When we do that, we will cut in half of the problems in Nigeria. Then let us slash down that remove that thing from the constitution. Why before you run for an elected position, you must have office in 774 local government. If we make the process less money, we will have more credible people come forward, and we will not have only those who are millionaires who can finance the system, but those who can, anybody who is a young man. For instance, there's a man we all used to love. He's still there, Fela Doruto, even though he's now working for APC. I don't know.
KJ, let me just add to. I think I like your suggestion. What I would recommend is not a proper election, but I think since the country had decided that it is lecturers, university people that will be there, let it be that some sort of civil society are the ones to nominate these people, and the process should remain within the civil society until we get an INEC chairman,
You
so
know
that it
why I
should
will
be a
not
little bit independent.
You know why I will not agree with civil society? I used to be a member of civil
Okay.
society. I know some of them are just briefcase civil society without any office. They're just maybe one man, two man, at most five men, civil society. And these are the people that government use to try to, write
Okay, so you're suggesting a full-fledged election. How would this election? Because I like it. These are the kind of discussions I truly believe. Because this is a
I also
bus
suggest
stop discussion. We are saying that we it's like a train that will
so.
come
This is
to
our
a
suggestion.
train station. We are looking for an independent person who would make sure that the train stops properly. It stops for enough period, and it should take off with the correct kind of passengers. So I like it, but I'm saying that expatiate more on the kind of election for the INEC chairman.
Here, you see, we make election in Nigeria look so difficult. Okay, but almost every Nigeria has a form of a phone number that has a chip. So we can actually invariably use a more easier system other than printing ballot papers or even making it such a way. And I give you an example. We already have that option A4 that works for everybody. At a certain day, we all come out, queue up, and the numbers are counted. Nobody can say there's nothing to write. Okay, how many candidates? We are four people contesting for local government chairman. This is party A, this is Mr. A, this is Mr. B, this is Mr. C. If you believe in Mr. A, behind Mr. A. If you believe in Mr. B. That way, that was what brought that free and fair election of June 12th. The people stood behind their preferred candidate, and the counts were done, and elections were called. So if we can still do that, because people who did that are still in the system. Some of the people who work with Humphrey Nwosu are still in the system. Look, let me say this. There was a time that before you get appointed to the Code of Conduct Bureau, you must be somebody of exemplary character. I don't know about now. But when Babangida established that, the reason why he did that was he said there are certain Nigerians. He used a teacher that taught him in Barewa College. Okay, that the guy was. These are honest Nigerians. Say go around, pick people of your kind, and we will make you people commissioners of. What do you call it? Bureau what Code of Conduct Bureau chairman in the states. We still have those Nigerians who are straight and they don't give a damn about, sorry my language, about who you think you are. They will tell you, I'm doing this for my God and myself, so I don't want your money. If we get those people and those people are brought into INEC, and then we can do the option A4 style of election, we will be home free. We'll be halfway through, to where we're
I
going.
agree with you, but good point, KJ. But unfortunately, the argument you put forward, there's a big hole in it.
Okay.
Because all these things you've said, you need the president of this country and the National Assembly to make this thing happen. They are not fools. They will not make this thing happen.
All right. So
which is why I go back to my argument that all we need to do now, we need to focus on first, let's shield our differences. Let's talk collectively together as a country, as a people. Once we agree that, look, we all have almost a similar problem and our route to solution is one route, one door. All of us should pass through that door. Once we agree that, then we can begin to discuss how on that election day we can make, because there are credible people who contest every now and then. It's just that we don't have the organizational acumen, the intellectual foresight to zero down on these people and to do what needs to be done to make sure they are the ones that win. Even if another person would be announced, we have not reached a point where we have clear evidence that, no, this is our collective choice. You people are bringing somebody else. I still think that is our best route. Once we manage to do that, then we can begin to fine-tune the system like you're saying, because I also believe that getting the right person once does not change anything, even if the person will stay there for 8 years. Nigeria's problem cannot be sorted out in 8 years. We will need a proper process that will run 3 or 4 times.
Also, this bus stop, this in a kind of suggestion. See, let me just finish, please. Let me finish. This bus stop suggestion that you are talking about seems to, that implies every 4 or 5 years intervention. But while that 4 or 5 years is going on, you need to also be able to be active to shift what the government is doing, because we all know, we just saw with Kenya what happened. We just saw how the government reacted when people didn't like the cybersecurity tax. So the government is not like they are entirely there. Your analogy is that they are driving a bus, but they do listen when the passengers are complaining about certain things. So you could have them do the right thing by the people, just by exerting your own pressure on them. So it's not only based on that bus stop analogy, which I agree with, but you have to
totally agree with you also, forefathers. So look, and don't mistake my position. I don't know whether I've said it on this platform. What I do personally, most of the time, when I see critical issues, things like security, I take my time, have my own ideas. I put together documents, and I also go do the politicking so that my document can get to the right person. So that if the people don't implement it, I know that it's not because they don't know. And I'm aware that, okay, it's just because you don't want to do it. At least it doesn't solve any problem, but it gives you a little bit of peace. So I totally agree with you. At many levels, we should continue to fight, because even if you have a good governor or a good government, a good system, what really will make it work is the consciousness and the vigilance of the people day in, day out. There's no saint in the world. All the angels are in heaven. They are not here with us. So to expect that you put in an angel in leadership and then you go to sleep is an aberration. So I totally agree with you also. Even if we have good system, in America, it's the vigilance that is making the system work.
Yeah, you got that right. Black Beauty, a Black Beauty, thank you for joining us. I don't know whether you are still in Nigeria or you're back in the US. So what do you think about what you've had so far? We talked about Dangote and all kinds of stuff.
God is wonderful. Did you look at everybody's face? Once she smiles, everybody is smiling back.
Aww.
Including you, Jago, now that you are pretending to be frowning. I saw your smile.
Yes.
Jago extra smiles.
I'm still here. Yes. I
Uh,
was supposed to leave last week, but I think you know what it is. If I'm gonna, how I feel is once you spend a certain amount of money getting here and setting up and doing everything, you might as well just stay around for a while.
Yes,
So I don't know how long I'll be here, but it's indefinite. You know, I brought my job with me.
good.
Um, and so I will say thank you MTN. I'll give a shout out to MTN for having better service than Fiber One this time around. The only thing I will say is that I did buy, what do they call that? I bought Starlink, but the Starlink that I wanted was the high performance device, the one that you could take and travel with, and they didn't have that one available in Nigeria, so I had to give it back. I didn't use it. But a lot of people do have it here, though. A lot of people
Oh
have the
yeah,
one
quick.
that you can mount on your house. It's about $600. So, but MTN has been competing, I guess. So they've been giving better service, and everything has worked out. My meetings have gone seamlessly. Everything's been pretty good, as you see. Um, so I don't
Hey,
want to say about
Black
Nigeria.
Beauty. So
I'm
Black
supposed
Beauty,
to be
your
like bad
company,
about it,
your
right?
company allow you work remotely?
Eh? I work for a digital bank.
Do they allow you
Actually,
work outside the country?
I don't. So I work for a digital
uh-uh.
bank, and my director is an Indian. Is an Indian man, so he works mostly from India, which is cool. But it's a U.S. bank, but it is a digital bank that's based mostly online, and for that reason, I just said, let me just come. You know, it's been a while since I've had a 100% remote role, and I do pay my rent. So it's like, let me just come and enjoy my apartment. You know, let me come hang out with my friends.
AY
I've
is
been having a
asking.
ball. I hate to say it
AY
like
is
that.
asking because they told him that he better not step out of that country if he wants to work.
No, I was
Is
outside
that
the
what
country. I was
is
outside
that
the
what you're
country
asking?
no, I was outside the country 2 months ago. I worked remotely.
Well, you know what? I think AY, see, here's the thing, AY. You have to learn a little bit of the art of deception a little bit. Like you really should not disclose everything that you intend on doing and what you're doing. I mean, I've never told anyone that I'm remote. Some people kind of figured it out. You know, they might hear KK in the back or something when I'm on the phone, or they kind of figured it out. A few of the Nigerians in the team, there's a couple of
I
them.
think Black Beauty, I think you should join a political party. I will vote for you. We need a Machiavellian leader. I can see you're a good candidate.
I don't know that I can. You know what I'm starting to realize? Like,
Our father is the leader of Machiavellian party.
That's coming.
the
I
thing
know
is, I
that. I
don't
know
know
You
that
that's
I,
will be
coming from
you will be
He not
the
said that.
campaign manager.
I don't know that I care. You know what? I just realized that I don't know, and I think I've always been this way because I don't. I'm not. I do think about politics and I consider it, but I don't know that I care about it that much. Which is probably the reason why I didn't go into law or any kind of advocacy or anything like that. Like I'm a money girl. Like I'm gonna get money. I don't care where I'm at, what country, what language. I'm
All
from New
I'm
York.
telling you, girl, the money is in the politics.
Yeah. So for me, that's it. The money's in the politics here in Nigeria. I do know that.
Yes.
Um, but then I would feel so guilty, like I would feel so guilty about
Don't
taking
worry,
part in.
no, don't worry. You don't need. I will be the minister of finance. I will do all the stealing and pretend that you pretend there's nothing happening.
Oh my goodness.
The master is
In all
already
seriousness,
injecting that same
but in all
mindset into Black Beauty
seriousness,
now.
could the face of anything revolutionary here in Nigeria survive? Like this is my place where I come when I want to relax. I mean, I know it's hard for some people to believe because people are going through their own circumstances, but I come here when I want to chill, when I want to come and
When you are
relax.
earning in dollars, of course, Nigeria is a place to relax. What do you say?
Exactly. But I don't rub it into people's faces. I'm very generous. I tip. I have a lot of like people that I tip. I try to contribute. I go into people's business. I try to uplift people's spirits. There are a couple young people, they did my hair. I sent them an email on how to invest in Bitcoin from Nigeria. I'm probably not supposed to say that online, but I'm a financial warrior. So if there's a way that I can teach a young person how to make money on this system, why shouldn't they have the opportunity like anybody else to invest in Bitcoin? And I mean, you have to jump through hoops, but if you're going to be sitting around waiting for this Naira to increase, why waste your time? Like, here's the keys to financial freedom in your email box. There's a tip for you. So
thank you. I wanted to share this reasonable suggestion from this candidate. I think they were asking, Tinubu's achievements.
I have 10 seconds to quickly ask and get your answer. Name one thing Mr. President has done to show that he's also making sacrifices.
It unified the exchange rates and lost a lot of value to it. Took a dagger to his own.
Is that a personal sacrifice for him? All right. You know what? We'll continue this conversation.
He lost money too.
Okay. Dr. Ryan Doty, thank you so much for your time with us. We'll love to have you again.
Yep. That's his achievement. That's his suffering with us by killing the currency. Yep. That's the solution. That's the solution.
This is a government of area boys.
They don't know what to do anymore. They just do whatever they like now. I must say though, I do understand when some people say Nigerians are a little bit very tolerant, because there are so many places where the dial-up of difficulty is so high now, like compared to where they were before. Like from the cost of things have tripled, or more than tripled in some cases.
Yeah.
And people are just absorbing it, continuously. It's remarkable how Nigerians can really take these things. I have to give it to them. On that one anyway. So yeah, let's see what other issues there is to talk about. I don't want to go into military today. I think next week I will do a bit of military stuff. Not military, security, because I think somebody reported that there was a bit of a loss of life.
Forefathers, can I suggest something?
Yes.
Jagun has been quiet for all this evening, and my suspicion is that he is not happy with the topics and the tone of the discussion. So why don't you suggest the thing to talk about next?
No, not at all. You see, for me, I'm wondering if people. I've been listening. We were talking about a subject, and I kind of brought it to the point of let's get to the bottom line kind of thing. So people spoke about what their position was on many issues. So I've just really been listening to see where the conversation will take us. People made a lot of good points over this time. I don't, in terms of what I wanted to add, I feel that it would have been difficult. I would have been repeating myself, and I don't like doing that very much. I can quiet and just listen. Where the conversation goes to next, I don't necessarily have a choice in that. I don't want to be repetitive myself, in actual fact.
Fair enough, Jagun.
So if I wanted to, let me see what else is going on in Nigeria. We talked about Trump. We talked about Kenya. Somebody was saying that I didn't talk about Kenya. Is there much to talk about Kenya? Does anyone want to talk about Kenya? I have to ask.
I think we've spoken about it. Whether or not we get to
Jonaba wants to say something about Kenya.
I was talking about Kenya enough. Yes, we have devoted enough time for Kenya, man.
Should we go something more relaxing, esoterical, philosophical, or we go into something more cultural?
What's the cultural angle? What's the cultural angle?
I could, I think someone once said something about, in terms of how other cultures behave versus our culture. One of them is like how, let's say, white women or Indian women behave towards attracting a spouse versus how our own people behave. Some people say our women are aggressive, while others while other groups tend to use what they call feminine guiles and stuff like that. So that's cultural stuff. But I'm not so sure I'm very, we are even educated to discuss that here.
Well, from what I observe here, people don't have a hard time getting a spouse. There's plenty of spouses to go around. There's plenty of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 spouse. So that's, I don't know.
Yeah, in Africa, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Speaking from a female point
They're not
of
having
view.
that problem. You know what I mean? So I guess that's more of like a Western thing, right? There's a lot of.
But would you say that Nigerian women are like more? How do I put it? I think to say that they are more aggressive is not fair. I think it's just that they are more in your face compared to Western.
I don't think so. I think that's just, if I can speak, I don't think it's even a Nigerian thing, because then they will say the same thing about Jamaican women, and they will say the same thing about Black American women. And I think that the minute you just put this skin on, this dark skin, this amazing skin, you're aggressive. So that's just what it is. If you understand the mindset of people in the world and how Blackness impacts them, then you know immediately that when someone sees you, the first thing they're going to say, at least for me, I know this. I've known this since I was 5, 6 years old. You are aggressive because you're Black.
Okay, so there's something there though. Is there some truth to maybe because our culture always had feminine heroes? Or
well, let me put this in before we go too deep and exalt a certain race against another, if I to call it race. You see, the European woman for over 1,000 years has been protected in a way that no other woman has been. And now I don't say that Black women or other women around the world have not been protected, but what has gone on with Western women is a certain level of fashioning, a certain level of trophyism, whereas we in the rest of the world, whilst we were dear to our women, our daughters, our mothers, there was a different practicality to our existence as a peoples against Europe. Now, you can say that this is positive or negative. You could take your choices. Largely in the West, women have become more Eurocentric than they may care to believe. Women in the West are very Eurocentric. The difficulty is you are always going to be seen as the other because you are the other and you have different problems and issues. So I just wanted to put that in just to make sure that we are aware of what we're speaking about.
Yes,
that's very good.
I didn't follow. I lost track. What did he say?
I think you caught exactly what I was saying, and you caught. See, I like Dragoon because I'm on his wavelength. You caught exactly what I was saying.
Smiles whenever he shows up.
Yeah, there goes the smile. That why is even blushing. Oh my God.
So can somebody help me, please? Because I didn't catch fully what he was saying. But I know you said that the Europeans were sheltered for 1,000 years or so. So are you saying that may have affected whether they are aggressive or
no? They have been bred. They've been bred. The European woman has been bred in a completely different way than any other woman in the world. They've been bred in a way of high level of protectionism, high level of oppression in many ways, and a high level of trophyism. So I'm marrying this woman, lady, this one, and the other one. There will be so much preference and reference given to them. The whole idea of chauvinism.
But
that means all these.
But the Indian women don't come across that different to me, though. Indian women too are also laid back to compare to.
No. You see,
no. Forefathers, no. I think I agree with Jagun. Because if you look at the Western culture about woman, everything you kneel down, you do, you open door,
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay, I see. Okay,
In
now I
India,
understand
the
that
woman has
aspect
to
you're talking
listen
about.
to forefathers. You want to do a sweet comparison to a society where the woman will have to pay dowry.
That would be
No,
insane.
I think you are mistaken. Oh, I think I didn't convey it. What I will talk about is the way they approach relationships between opposite sex, that genders, or if you
But
want to
can
call
I
it
ask you
that.
a question? Here's the thing, right? Because I have a lot of different friends of many backgrounds, women, and see, and I know this because I was engaged to an Italian for a while. And I will say that, you see, there's something about trophyism, right? And there's something about like caring for a woman that is a lost art amongst the Black community across every Black community. It's kind of where we're like two warriors in the jungle together, fighting together. There's no like adoration, there's no like edification, there's no sense of I guess I know this is going to sound crazy, but like pomp and circumstance. There's no revelry. There's no I know I'm using the right words, right? Because that's really what's missing. Right? Like
That's interesting.
we know that Black men appreciate us. Okay, we understand that. We also know what's on our body. We know that too. So we're not worried about that. What we're worried about is having that ability to push everything out and exist in the world when you are fully engaged in the world and doing what you're supposed to do, so I don't have to come in and help you. Like that's the luxury that white women have had, that ability to just live comfortably and eat croissant and just sit and get their nails done and get their hair brushed and get their outfits made and get themselves taken care of and put into a nice home without having to go out there and hit the pavement.
Hey,
You know,
Black Beauty, let me ask you.
so
Let me ask you a
I
question.
think that's the
Don't
What?
you think
difference.
What?
that's part of the complex?
Question, Black Beauty. Question, Black
Yeah.
Beauty. Why are you generalizing that though for a Black woman? I think some Black women they've
I think, and I was gonna say this,
not
AY.
all.
No, I'm gonna say this. I was actually gonna get to that point first, but I went to the other point because of what Jagan said. But I was gonna say to you today, as it stands today, you will be surprised at how many, especially Black American women who are, and even Nigerian women, a lot of Nigerian women who are well taken care of, who don't have those sort of like circumstances. And I don't want to say like, okay, I work hard for what I have, but at the same time, I enjoy what is given to me. And I think that that is a good position to be in as a woman. And there are a lot of Black women today that are in that position. You know, you see people, women like Chioma, you see women like Portia, you see
Is let
you
me
see a
say
lot of
this.
different women, even in your own
Let me
community,
let me
who
say
are
this.
thriving. Yeah,
So,
go.
like the elite in the north is very common. Their wife, they most time they don't do anything. They don't work. The other thing is, who do you think is at fault with that? Do you think are you blaming it on the men,
I
or
don't
you
think
think?
it's a
Hold
fault.
on,
I
hold on.
think
Let me finish. Hold on, hold on.
uh
Do you think it's the feminist movement of the women want to be like men? They want no work. They want to occupy positions. Who do you think is at fault? And what is your ideal? What should be the ideal situation? Do you expect women to stay at home, not work?
no, no.
What will you prefer? I know you
I
might
think
change now. Maybe when you were much younger, you think you want to be MD of some company. What's the ideal situation for a woman? You think?
um, mm, I can't speak for all women, but
Honestly, I want you to answer it honestly.
I am gonna answer. I
Mm.
always answer honestly. Um, I can't speak for all women, but I think that what women really want is autonomy, whatever that looks like. It's not to say that what I consider good is what she considers good, because for me, I'm a critical thinker and I'm a person who I love making money, so I'm gonna work. But my job is not particularly hard on the body, so I'm gonna always do my job. So I'm not like, let me not work because I enjoy it. And not every woman feels that way either. Some women like to be challenged intellectually, they like to work. So if they like to work, let them work. If they don't want to work, let them not work. You know,
Thank
so I
you.
think that's what it's about.
Let me
Autonomy.
welcome.
So another question.
Let me welcome somebody first. Hold on. Let me welcome somebody that has been away for a long time. He's been to the wilderness. Yeah, he's been to the wilderness and he's back. Loco, you are welcome. Let the place start for him. Man.
Who cares about Loco Peace?
Thank you
Loco,
for
you are
joining us.
welcome.
all right.
Father, don't remove Loco.
I have to admire him for showing up today. I didn't know this topic was going to catch on like this, but the point I was originally making, so we follow, is that it doesn't matter which culture they are in. It's like why is it that they accuse every black woman of somewhat being a little bit aggressive when it comes to like dating, or when you're dating them, they check up on you compared to like any other culture. Like if you are dating a black woman, and the way the black woman will check up on you on what you are doing is more in detail compared to other groups. Other groups, they are paranoid too.
No, fathers.
Give me an example.
You know, she seems to understand what I'm talking about. At least have an idea.
I was.
Hold on. I think in the north, like in Nigeria, it may be different because the culture is slightly different in that area because of the Islamic.
It's not only in the north. Everywhere in Africa, forefathers, the woman knows that the man will hardly be faithful. It would not be an issue that your woman is aggressive.
I don't know. Maybe
not,
you're right.
I think you are getting your facts wrong.
In
Africa, the men are the people that I will tell you that if it's easier to date an African woman, and let's use the word in quote, cheat. She may understand more than a normal European woman. Like they are the most aggressive. It's not that they will be aggressive like that, but that will be the end of it.
I agree with that.
So I'm talking. Okay, I think we are talking about the more modern black women.
Let me ask Black Beauty the last question. Black Beauty, there is something I want you to comment on, right?
Yeah.
So the independence of women, the financial independence, do you think it changed their behavior? And why is that? Why can't they contain, able to manage that situation to still respect their men? Even like, why would they act differently in terms of obedience to their men, submissiveness, when they have that economic power? Can you comment on that?
Whose baby is that? First of all,
his baby, of course, is father of all nations now. Right. You know.
You're back.
So, I hate these conversations because they are so disingenuous and they are made to put people into a box that I don't live in, and a lot of people don't live in that box. It's one of the, we had a lot of that on the infamous Fight Club. We had a lot of that on Dynas's panel. We had a lot of that, and let me tell you, I've survived both. And what I'm trying to help you understand is like, I think most women are just trying to do the best that they can, whether that means taking care of themselves or allowing someone to take care of them. So I don't think it's just so absolute where it's like, we've got money, now let us shit on everybody. I don't think so. But anyone who went from having nothing to something is going to have a change in behavior. That's to be expected. So when anyone's money increases, that's the white man too, he behaves differently as well. So I'm not sure why there is an expectation for me as a black woman to stay in a lowly position when I'm not in a lowly position. So I don't understand the question. Anyway.
I think the reason why he's probably asking that, which is not my original point.
It's propaganda, is what I'm saying. It's another form of propaganda that I'm just not willing to partake in.
Actually, Black Beauty, I think AY's question is not supposed to be directed at a woman. The reality is that I feel that the root cause of that problem is the man himself. Because when your woman is earning more than you, or she has enough money, the starting point of the problem is that the men begin to feel insecure and begin to act up. I don't think that a woman naturally, my understanding of the women I've dealt with in my life, a woman will not love you because she doesn't have money. When a woman loves you, she loves you for just the heck of it. And whether she has money or she doesn't have, actually, when she has money, if you're really a good person, a responsible, secure person, you will be the first to benefit. But if you begin to feel insecure, it becomes a big problem because you want to start putting her in her own position. That, okay, is it because you have money and all that? I think that's where the root cause of all the problems start from. But ordinarily, if you're okay.
I think there is something else to read though. Like generally, when a woman starts earning more, let's say, than her partner, it tends to involve, career or professional development to a higher level where she's higher developed than the partner. And it's often what you tend to find is that because women generally prefer to an extent, they tend to naturally prefer men that know more than them in terms of professional stuff, or tend to have more wealth than they do. No, actually they do. This is a proven fact in history that women, they even have a term for it, hypergamous. They tend to prefer partners that have more than they do financially, and they tend to prefer people that men that show them things, new things, not somebody that they have to be teaching. They don't want
that is true. I think you're right about that. But what I do want to say is, like, there are thresholds on this money thing, and so that's why this conversation is so funny to me, because when I look around at Black people worldwide, we just all started getting money. So even though I'm a little ahead of you, I'm not light years ahead of you. It's not like I have $100 million of what do they call that, multi-generational wealth sitting in my bank account and you don't. I just have a job that happens to pay some money, which you can also go and get. So I just think that rise to the occasion for all Black people. That's my message. And it's not about women making more or men making more. We're all not making enough because we all don't have any money in our bank. We have some, but we don't have enough as a Black people. So it's really not about who's making more. It's about we should all be making, and we should all be striving to make the most we can make. And that's it. So
that's true. I think both sides are being starved of resources. That's for sure. And the original question was about until AY decided to ask that question, was about how the different cultures and why some people feel like our women tend to be more aggressive. And I think where it probably is coming from are the educated ones.
Let me come in. Let me come in real quick again.
I don't think the village or the rural ones or.
Well, this is it. This is where I'm coming to. This is where I'm coming to. You see, I look back at my aunties and my mother and the kind of women they were. On my mother's side of the family, the women were less educated, but very strong in how they carry themselves as women, the duties they had, the respect that they instilled for themselves, that they had, and people gave them a lot of respect. And whilst I can, people may say that this is a housewife. There is no such thing as a housewife when I was growing up, anyway, in terms of my family and how my aunties were carrying themselves. My aunties who were educated, there were many, and they were strong as well, and very smart and loving. They had all of the attributes of what it takes to be a woman, and they were gentle. They were my aunties were extremely gentle with me, to the point that I knew the difference between man and woman. Not to say that my uncles weren't gentle with me, but my aunties, it was a different level. I mean, when they used to come into the room, it used to spark. It was sparkling. These are my aunties, my loved ones, the people that love me for free. Wow. Growing up, my generation now of women, especially the Black women, they also carried and had a lot of respect about themselves as I was growing up. And a lot of that made us respect our women. But I suppose for the fact that we were men and we were looking for certain things, we'll go across the tracks to whoever was offering at a much better rate, or much cheaper rate, as far as we were concerned. So I want on you, boy, we took care of them extremely well, whilst fishing around and seeing which of our sisters was ready to relinquish herself. The thing is now, things moved on. And as things moved on to the generation beneath me, with my daughters and nieces and generation, man, whilst they are trying to maintain a degree of respect about themselves, the culture, and I'm not saying for every young person, but the culture down there has changed again where women are concerned, and where a lot more is accepting or acceptable to them. And they don't seem to always understand how they may be damaging themselves. And I'm not just talking sexually. I'm talking in terms of what they're allowing to pass through their minds and what they're championing mentally, and what this means within relationships between black men and black women. I think these are the considered points. You know, one is class and education. Two is generational, in terms of what we are looking at and the changes that we see, and whether or not these changes are beneficial at all. And three, where it is that we're actually headed, where, again, the European hegemony is actually the thing painting the picture that our community are foisting themselves towards. And I don't know if we can pick those things apart.
Let me ask a Black Beauty, because you probably know more about this. So you know the stereotype that is they look to try to paint of our women, you know, aggressive, you know, kind of always in the face of people. How do you explain that? Is it, what do you think about it? How do you compare it with the way other women behave? Do other women behave like that and we don't just see it? Or is there something we are missing?
Absolutely. They do behave like that and you just don't see it. Just
okay,
can
you give us an idea so that we can be able to start seeing it?
You have because in order for you to see,
no, this is serious. I need to see it.
That, you know what? It's not that you don't see it. I think that if there were some Nigerian men on this panel that really have dated out, they could tell you, like for real, they could tell you that women are women are women are women. So
yeah, definitely. Well, but I will tell you this. I'll tell you this. In the UK, all the women are different from women in Europe. Women in Europe, for me, are far more family orientated, far more individuals that can just cook. It's just about, you know, you don't ask a European woman, can she cook? She can cook. Here in the UK, you ask any woman of the my generation and the generation beneath, you ask them if they can cook. A good number of them will tell you no, and what of it? You understand?
But maybe that's not the right question, right? Maybe
it's not about the right question. It's about what the perception of a woman is about herself. In Europe, a woman, any woman, I'm telling you as a fact, you understand? All of them are family orientated. All of them want to get married.
Sometimes I think that men, especially in our culture, like, I sometimes think that they have like kind of lost the art of communicating, because I feel that it's not really about can she cook, right? Most women can cook a little something. It's about, will you cook for me? So I feel the questions are off, and people are not.
No. You see, my sister. When we're discussing this, we must open our mind and not be overly pedantic about, you know, incy-wincy things. You know, can you cook is how the UK people ask these questions. Believe me.
No, but I think you're missing what I'm saying, right?
Wait. All I'm saying is that's how we ask it, and that's how we get the answer. There are obviously so many ways of communicating, especially where women are concerned, because
I think it's going over your head what I'm saying, and that's
no,
another
it's not.
problem.
It's not going over my head. All I'm saying, no, it's not. I know how to communicate with a woman. Believe me. And
no, I know. But
when I say woman, I mean any woman, because women are cultured differently between a rich woman and a not so wealthy woman, different class of women, different nationalities of women. There are always all these special differences that one will pay attention to in terms of communicating. But plainly speaking, all I'm trying to identify is the difference just in this Europe of ours, which England is included. But because we've had such a wave of different
but that's a lot, Jagu. That's a lot.
Listen, so you get me. So you get me. In the UK, we had such many waves of cultures and influences in this country differently from Europe. So by the time you get to Europe and you start looking at these women over here in Europe, you start thinking, right, this is a proper woman. This is an actual proper woman. I don't even have to ask questions. I don't even have to ask questions. They've already invited. Wait. Understand me.
I think she's gotten you that. Let her just respond. I hear what you are saying, that there are differences between the UK women and those of the continent. The ones on the continent seem to be more family and cookie oriented.
I hate this conversation because people will ask me what I think, and then when I say what I think, they don't hear it.
Sorry, a black beauty. I hear what you're saying. I heard what you're saying. It's very interesting what Jago said just now. Because even in the UK, they don't see themselves as feminine as the French women.
They're not.
They tend to see themselves as the French are more feminine than the UK distinct women. But please go ahead. I think you were saying something about some women can cook. Well, the question is whether they want to cook for you or something like that.
Which is interesting. But what I'm
trying to say here is specifically, right? Because I've been to a few of these places too, right? And I've noticed what you've noticed. I've worked with a couple of French girls, etc. I worked at a place called Pernod Ricard for a while. What I will say is that there is a art of being persuasive that a lot of men are missing these days. And I think sometimes it has a lot to do with maybe the way the culture is moving. So it's not just about women being aggressive, but it's about when a woman is aggressive, does a man know how to bring a woman from a place where she's aggressive to being cooperative? Can you master the art of persuasion? She may not cook, but if she liked you enough and you were persuasive enough, she would do it for you. And so I'm trying to explain to people.
Black Beauty, if I may, that was what I wanted to say.
Hold on. We need to get back to the art of being women and men also have a responsibility in that as well. Women also need to be a little bit more feminine. If you want to say black women, fine. I hate pinning everything on black women because it's not just a black woman problem. I see it with Chinese women. I see it with Latina women as well. It's about where you're from culturally. But if you ask me, it has a lot to do with the man's ability or lack thereof to be persuasive. So if he doesn't know how to, we call it finesse. But if you don't know how to finesse, then you're not going to get what you want out of a woman, and she's not doing anything.
Exactly.
That's still even though. Wait, if I can just say this, please. Even though
that's simple.
Wait, please. Allow me to say what I'm going to say. Whilst you might say what you said, and I do understand it, especially in the trope of harmony and the kind of harmony that men and women need between themselves. Exactly. But we're speaking about today's day and how it really is. And the fact of the matter is, the way I see men and the change in men is that more and more men give less of a damn how they communicate. It's not that they've got enough, it's that they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn for serious reasons.
But who does that impact? That impacts them.
Wait, let's not be emotional alone. Let's open this discussion up. Yeah. No, allow me to speak because
Jago, there I would say you actually, for my experience with women, the idea that you want to have a logical discussion with a woman, I think you're already missing it.
Maybe
I can understand
that's
that Black
correct.
Beauty.
Maybe you're
Wait,
right.
just
I
one
don't know.
30 seconds.
But
I'll land. This is my most favorite topic anyway. So, but I'm saying that Black Beauty also, don't be carried away with Black Beauty. I think she's just an exceptional person, and I think we are pushing her to the limit because
no,
she's trying to be logical with us. A natural woman that I know would simply just, without that finesse, it's up to you to think and understand how do I get this message across. It's not the logic, it's not the argument,
my brother,
it's not the reasoning.
my brother. I
John,
may
can I?
wait,
John, can I?
please. I may be coming across in a way that seems pedantic. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to speak to the position I see the planet at the moment where men and women are concerned. You may or may not see it, but the diminishing of the harmony between men and women is an ongoing thing, and it's getting wickeder and wickeder on a daily basis. And all I'm saying is that yes, there is need for repair, but we have to look at it as it is and what men are getting out of relationships at this day and what women are getting out of relationships and how this is balanced or imbalanced. This is the query I'm putting forward. It's not about emotion, it's about dealing with the subject at hand. I'll be a moment.
Can I say something before I exit?
I think let Tone say something, then you go ahead, John Abba.
Go ahead.
Then we'll welcome Loco to it. Thank you for listening to our this type of topic is not easy for it will only hard to be defending all the womanhood. It's not I don't know whether she's defending or trying to explain all womanhood.
What happened to Ngozika? She should be back up there.
Yeah, she stepped out and yeah. Okay.
I need support.
I think that was Stone first. Stone, please go ahead.
What I was gonna say, sort of aligns to a bit part to what Jagun was saying and Black Beauty. For me, when I meet a lady, because my food is very important to me. I love good food, not just food. I love good food. I like to dine out, but I love cooking as a man. When I'm in the mood, even if she wants to cook, I mean, because I've dated. I mean, I'm not just going. I'm not boasting. I've dated very gorgeous girl. I've dated a girl. She didn't know how to cook, but the attitude, the way I came across, I know that I saw she was willing to learn. And till today, we're still friends. We don't date anymore. But she always said that this was a guy that taught me how to cook a lot of things, especially Nigerian food and all that. And I'm so specific when I'm cooking and all that. The way I organize my thing and all that, it's just me. And during the times I'm not doing anything, I'm not looking at business and all that. I like watching YouTube, learning new things, and that's just me. So when I meet a woman that can cook, because some men, yeah, I know some African men will say, yeah, the way it comes across as if, yeah, you got to cook for me, you got to argue. It's just like meeting a girl and say, yeah, how good are you in bed? Now, obviously, you don't ask a woman how good she is in bed. It's you need that romantic part of you, the way you come across to a woman and all that. She will be so willing to cook for you. She will be willing to do anything for you to learn new things. And
Yeah.
I find that most of our brothers, unfortunately, not all our brothers, most of our brothers, unfortunately, do not know how to approach this. And in saying what Jago is saying, I agree with him totally. Here in the UK, man, the average black woman, I'm talking about black women. I wouldn't say I don't I'm not really given to a white lady, a white girl, because I know nothing good will come out of it and all that. So the average black lady is very, very opinionated. The opinion is so strong, you can't just have your opinion and all that. And again, it all down to their background, their orientation. How has she been brought up? What environment has she been brought? So these factors play a very major role in the way they come across. But us as men, we need to learn more how to serenade our lady.
I want to say something about what you just said, because I think that's really interesting. Because there's like this movement. I saw this a couple months ago. It was going around like Black women are not allowed to just relax and sit down and be chill and not have an opinion. And I noticed that too. It's like if I don't want to give an opinion and I want to sit in my femininity and just relax, then it's like a poking and a prodding until I have one. And that in and of itself is frustrating. So then you get aggression. It's like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm chilling. I'm not, I don't care. I don't, because a lot of women do feel that way. But as Black women, we always get challenged because they assume we're going to have an opinion. Maybe I don't have an opinion and I don't care about it, but now you're forcing me to have one. And just by you forcing me to have one it's making my blood boil. Like, leave me alone. So maybe if people knew how to like just communicate better to Black women and stop expecting so much of us, we could just sit and chill and relax, and we could just.
I must add this in. Lastly, communication is not all in words. I know there are many ways you can communicate to that lady. I mean, she comes back from work, she's tired. Just making her her meal, or even warming up and all that.
Why are you smiling like that?
I don't know.
It's like you're not going
what
for
about
it, but it
those of us
works.
that cannot cook?
No, I'm just looking at
that cannot cook.
Can I tell you one thing that my husband does that I love sometimes? That if I'm tired, right, he puts me on his back and then he walks me upstairs. I think it is so sweet and nice. And like things like that, things like that just make me so happy. So, maybe if men did more of that kind of thing,
I think most men do these things, though. I must say that most men are playful. Generally, if I'm not too generalizing too much, this topic is a bit weird because there's this massive stereotype out there, and there are Black men doing it too. It's not only other people saying it. Black men come online and say that women are aggressive and all the rest.
Forefathers, during my from my childhood to my adult here, my dad could not even make a bath because he was surrounded by girls, and he comes from a traditional background that says that a man should go to the kitchen. So I won't blame him. I've never seen him serenade my mom at all, but rather he will take everybody out to go to the hotel. It's a surprise. Most weekends we eat out, buffet and all that. That's the kind of. But to cook actually, and they just see. I'm not an out
Your dad
person.
sounds like he's quite accomplished. When people become highly successful, especially men, they generally don't care about cooking.
That's not true. That is just that some of us don't know how to cook from Adam, and it's something you don't learn in the middle of the day.
No, Masca, I started cooking from when I had to go to the military school. I had to learn because I had some Fulani girlfriend then that taught me some stuff and all that. And I had to start learning. I had to learn.
Well, it's too late for some of us now. I cannot cook.
But forefathers, what is your opinion? Like, you're posing the question, but what's your opinion?
I did say that I'm not even sure I'm qualified to talk about this because all I know is that I've seen men come out and say women are aggressive. And sometimes I do often buy into that when you hear the way some of them talk. But I worry that I'm not getting the whole picture. It's not like I know all the communities around the world. But generally, the way most women portray themselves in the media, for sure, they tend to portray other people as more feminine, while Black women are just strong and powerful Black women. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So there is that impression that has been a kind of ingrained in people now.
Absolutely.
And how real it is another thing altogether. So it will help me.
Or maybe it's unfortunate that it's real, right? Maybe it's unfortunate that that's a real perception, that Black women don't get the opportunity to sit, because that's what I'm looking for, right? I'm going to sit down, whatever I have.
Sorry, Black Beauty. My understanding also that there are 3 types of Black women.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's okay to do the simple brush. There is the Black woman in Africa, the one, she's Black, she's African, she's still in Africa. My understanding also is that, like, a Black American like you is completely a different
type of woman.
It's a different topic. Okay.
I think,
and I believe also the other class is the women that have been taken from Africa and they have rediscovered themselves in the white man's land. They are also now completely a different ballgame altogether. So which one are you talking about, forefathers?
Which one?
I think I'm probably talking about the latter
Black
two.
beauty.
That's, the African American, the diaspora
Okay,
ones.
the people from Africa, no.
Because those are the ones they paint as
being the diaspora Black women. I believe that.
I want to say something specifically about the Nigerian women that I observe here, what I've noticed, and because it's interesting that people will say.
Sorry, Jonaba, I wanted to say something. So after he's speaking, he says.
Go ahead. Let Jonaba go. I'll save it for after.
Yeah. No. Finish, since you are there. Just finish your thought.
Because Jonaba is looking at me like, "Hey, I'm going to come for you soon."
There's a perception of a lot of. At least I watch some shows on YouTube, and there are some perceptions of a lot of women that live here as being aggressive also.
Also,
that they ask demanding questions that I would never ask on a first date. Like, I'm with someone, but even when I dated, I never asked those questions. And those are the perceptions that are out there about.
Like what question, Black Beauty? Like, what question? We are curious.
Like, where do you live? How much is your house worth? Where do you stay?
That's really aggressive.
Common thing that happens on this island. Maybe I can't speak for everywhere, right? But right here, that is happening right here. A lot of questions about what is being made, about what kind of job a man has.
Yeah.
Where does he work?
Is that a Black person or foreign woman?
No, I'm talking about night job.
Yes, Black Beauty, let me help you on that. I can help you with that. I know what is happening. You see, what is happening here in Africa now, especially in Nigeria, people, especially women, they are now very clear, given our reality, that love is not enough.
And I don't even
love is not enough. I can't go.
I don't think it's nice the way they do it, even because there's a way to do it, right? To ask those questions, but I
no, it's fine. I think it's being honest. I think it's just being honest, because sincerely speaking,
that's the thing, Maska, that comes to the question. This is why I'm talking about feminine girls. Like she was saying just now, there are ways to find this information out. Not just come out boom, 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 boom. And this is the thing that creates that stereotype. People start thinking that our women are aggressive. They're in your face, matter of fact kind of people, and most groups of women around the world use a different tactics.
And I think I think it's because they don't know how to do it. And a lot of us Black women who do know how to do it, we've observed it from Becky.
Yeah.
So that's the truth. That's the honest truth. The truth is we've seen a strategy by way you can get what you want without having to put yourself in a destitute position, or without have to coming off as extra aggressive. And a lot of maybe they just weren't in those positions to learn that, or in those places to learn that, or they just weren't taught certain behaviors or how to question things a certain way. So they come off aggressive because they're asking questions like, how much do you make? I would say the same thing's happening here.
The Nigerian climate.
Sorry, Jago.
Let me just put this down, please.
1 minute so John Abba can speak, because he hasn't said anything for a long time.
Okay. The Nigerian climate, economic climate, has unfortunately made women in Nigeria extremely transactional.
Yes.
The way we speak about relationships and how to get on, it's a transaction. It's a thing about money, bottom line. You can put, I just need 50,000 naira to do X, Y,
Right.
and Z. And that's how you're engaging with them.
Right.
And for a man like me, that's not how to engage. That's not how to engage with me. You can
Right.
F off me. And that's what I'm saying. And I'm not just saying this about Nigerian women, all women. Women coming across, when I can see them coming around the corner with their bullshit, I just tell them to go far away as possible. And I don't say in any certain terms, I'm too big a man. And what I
Unless
mean,
you like them.
no, even if I like them, you see, a woman who is beautiful to my eye, she can turn extremely ugly as soon as she starts
I'm not saying
uttering.
beautiful. I'm not
No,
saying I
no,
didn't
as
say
soon as she
beautiful.
starts
I said
uttering
unless
nonsense,
you like them.
listen, hear me out. As soon as she begins to utter nonsense, as far as I'm concerned, she can go far away. I don't care about nothing.
But there must be one woman. It doesn't matter how she looks. It's about how she
Mhm.
makes you feel. There must be
Of
one
course,
woman who makes you feel like you will tolerate
bros.
all the wahala
I,
and
I understand.
everything.
When I'm speaking right now. Sorry, Janaba. As I'm speaking right now, I'm speaking negatively. I can speak awfully positively. Me as an individual, there's been one relationship in my life of pure beauty where women are concerned. You understand? Where where I've not liked what she did. Everyone else who I've been with, it's been my fault that the relationship broke down. And I prefer it that way. I don't want to be blaming you for anything. I don't want to be blaming you. If I'm blaming you, you're in trouble. Believe me.
Hardcore.
Thank you.
Hardcore, Dragon.
Thank you, John Abba.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Black Beauty, first of all, I think you're in the motherland, enjoying yourself and
Thank you.
take advantage of everything. It's a beautiful place. We have other issues, but that is a home for all Black. Thank
Yes.
you for representing us and enjoying your stay.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you.
Uh, One of the questions that forefathers asked about being aggressive, um, it can be put in so many contexts and category. Um, I have young men in America here that once they are dating, they think they are losing their freedom. When the lady is in New York and you're in California and simply ask you, where are you at? What have you eat? All of those questions. What are you doing? It scares man because man is literally losing their freedom in a second by saying hi to a woman they think is a prospective candidate. And that worries them that their freedom is gone just like that. And some of them are mama's boy that they have hung around with their mom for a while. And they ask their mom, met this lady, but she's asking me so many questions. Some of those questions they don't it mean that they care, and some of them they mean that they are insecure or what kind of relationship. But my in this general platform, my advice to the young ones is to make sure that every relationship, nobody want to suffer in relationship, suffer finances, suffer emotional, suffer abuse of any kind in any relationship. There are challenges that come with life in general, but it's not intentional that somebody want to see what is wrong and say, oh, it's love. Love is not when you end up get beaten up or when you get divorced or you get into issues. Love means that you are careful enough to value yourself and the same value that you place on yourself, you extend it to the next person. That will make a relationship work. And then both men and women should be secured enough that to make sure that finances is not a big deal in issue, not meaning whosoever make less or do not. There are other things that you compensate for. Let's say that you have two jobs or you have one job that well paid. It takes so much of your time, and the other person can spend more time with the children. and take them to other activities more than the others, or stay with them more. So these are many layers of issues that make family work and also make it not to work when everything is not put into consideration. In Nigeria atmosphere right now, compared to what we are getting at here, I also have young men that come to me here that I encourage them that to get married if they choose to marry. I don't have a problem with people being in a relationship without getting married, and I don't have a problem if people think they are compatible to get married and build a family. But all I tell them, challenges come whether you marry or you don't marry. But the issue with Nigerian space right now is that they tell me that this person, I say hi to them, and they put all their generation problem on me. And it scares me. They told me their mother is in the hospital, their father is in the hospital, rent have expired. All of those things is too much. I'm not going for it. And I tell them, you should not go for it. If a woman is not reasonable to see that you have been living with your parent all your life, and somebody say, hey, how are you? Trying to build a relationship, and you dump all that on them one time, they are not built to marry. They are good diggers or they are senseless women. Because all of us, we have issues, but there are times for everything in this life. When sometimes you do not say anything. And I'll give you one example as I wrap up on this line. This one went to Nigeria and he met a lady. Is from one part of the east. That we met this lady. The other one is from Asaba, and he met three of them that are prospective candidates. So, which would mean that he never make a commitment to any one of them. And he said, "This one, I gave her a little money and he never asks for more. Rather, he tells me that what you did is enough. Don't spend money on me. Why the other one pest me so much, bring that problem. So it's in a common sense, and as I say, she gave me so much peace that I fit to do everything for her, even though she didn't ask me. So I think my advice to Nigerian women, or even if any other African woman behave like that, there's no man, not even Bill Gates. If you take all your problem to them too much, they will back out. If especially finances, even every other thing. So I think women should hold back and behave, and men or women.
Have you heard of Konga in Nigeria?
Maybe put it in another word for me.
No, Konga is it's like
Konga,
Amazon.
like Amazon.
Amazon.
Okay.
The guy is worth million. Apparently, he took his life some few days ago because of love.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, he took
The
his life.
Konga
Yeah, he
guy?
was young. Yeah, he committed suicide.
Oh my.
Oh, okay. They like a courier service guy.
Yeah, no, it's just like what we have as Amazon. They sell
Okay, I
everything.
got you.
Yeah,
I got
just
you.
like
Okay.
Amazon. Yeah,
Okay.
that's how they
So,
operate.
It's not
Because of
e-commerce.
yeah,
okay.
e-commerce exactly. Yeah, he was heartbroken. He
Yes.
went to depression and then
Wow.
took his own life.
So I believe that Nigerian women, and some of them genuinely care. Like I say, they genuinely care. They want to know about you. They want to know. That can be, I think, reasonable men and women that want to be in that relationship and build lifetime relationship. They should know a sign that this person will give you peace, and that is what they settle for. And I believe everybody will have what to offer. It's not all about money. And sometimes man don't even have to work if he doesn't have to. But it's in our culture as an African to be what is called breadwinner. But if you think that your wife works, we give her more work, more, and you can have more time to spend with the children and be there for them. There's nothing wrong. But we also understand that finances change issues. In my family, I when we got married, I lived in New York for years, and I moved to Texas when I got married. And when I got to this place, my wife, she was going to school. She was doing her master's, and I tell her not to focus. So I was working, I was doing my business, and I was taking care of the children. And then the moment she got a job, she organized a surprise visit, a surprise party for me, and she thanked me for everything that to keep her focus on her school until she finishes her school. And when so everybody have work for them, and I think we should not be threatened by your woman making. This is one thing as I round up, please. My uncle told me that was even in Nigeria. She's a big custom officer, and she was training her wife in school. And people told her that, oh, you are training this woman in somebody else's child. And she said, that's my wife. Even if I die today, who will take care of my own children? Is it not her? Can he come to your house? So, but this mentality, I think, is a good one, and it resonated with me today. That empower your wife, your spouse. If you are not there, you take your legacy. And I also have seen a friend in Nigeria who fortunately she has the position. The wife told me, beg my friend, tell my husband to put me into this job so that if anything happens, you know what the guy told him? He even visited me in the house here. We sat down in this place and they say, oh, you want me to die? And they will say, no, I don't want you to die. I'm trying to tell you that if anything happened to you, God forbid, I want your children to still live to that expectation, finish their school without struggle. That even if you put 1 billion in our or trillion, if anything happened to you, it's still going to finish in a little bit. But the man see it from another perspective that I have to convince him. And I think that is common in African, I mean, it's back home maybe. That is not, I do not welcome that. I think you should empower your wife if you have opportunity to do so. And anything happen to you, you can take that legacy to make sure your children live to their own potential, finish their school, and leave your legacy. Thank you.
Who's next?
I think it's Local P.
Is Local P even here?
Yeah, I think it's Local P.
Local P is not there. Then
Can't do Oche now.
Can do. You are welcome. You are the only man that wears sunshade.
I think Local P is there. Local P is there.
Local P is next. Local P is next. Welcome, Local P.
Order.
Yeah, let's welcome Local P.
You don't wake up.
No, yeah, I'm awake. I always intended to call you, Local P. It was
just now. Like, okay.
Yeah. So you've been listening to the topic now. So what do you think?
Which of the topic first?
Regarding the you can talk about anyone since you
because this one you guys are talking about like I won't say I'm pissed anyway because I think it's the list of my problem or Nigeria's problems as it is, because for the first time in my life I would say, first time in my life, I would say yes. I was proud not to be a Nigerian. Maybe this time, proud to be a Kenyan. I joined the life immediately. Immediately you, father, said, "Okay, we've talked enough about Kenyan issue. Let's move on to that topic." I was like, "Are you serious? How should Kenyan issue be enough when it's supposed to be an awakening call for all Africans, especially Nigerians?" You know, given the situation we find ourselves, worst situation that we've ever experienced in the country, how can Kenyan issue be enough? I think we should add our voice to them so that at least if the courage they have over there, if that courage can be transferred to our own youth in Nigeria, instead of this putting more strength in being docile, not knowing what to do, just be there living. They're just living for every morning to dawn and wait for every dogs to break and other stuff, or every dawn to break and every dogs to whatever. You understand? So like we should be talking about all this. Like, I mean, Nigeria is dying by the day, by the second. And I was just, for the first time, I was happy. Like if I was a Kenyan, I was seeing the way everybody came out. Not even because the one we did the essence is like a portion of what they did in the case. It's like less than 50% of what's happening in Kenya. But still, look at the massive people that came out from all corners and like fought the government. And I was so happy the way the forcemen are even treated them. I mean, the army came out, arrested some, and voluntarily willingly allowed them to go. Like there was no point arresting these people because these people are fighting for the nation, even including us, for the betterment of their own life. Most army took them, and I saw the videos, like allowed them to go still. It was only the police, as usual, that normally that they has even less paid, that normally do their ammunition, whatever. Although at least they still tried to maybe kill few persons, but they were using blank bullets and water guns and all that stuff. Because some facilities ones use live ammunition compared to our own, where we don't even have resources to even afford blank bullets. We don't even have water cannons. The only thing we have is live ammunition. And because of that, now they are trigger happy, nonsense military or uniform men to shoot their own. I don't know why Africans, why do we have this joy killing our own? Just like somebody who is not life threatening, you just pull a trigger and just end their life for a soul that you cannot even bring back for any circumstance. We Africans, I don't know why we always do this. So when you guys say like talking about like I don't know, I can't have enough of that video when I see them coming out, protesting this and that. Just for what? Just because of tax increase. Just because of tax increase, and also because of the what's it called? Mainly because of that tax increase. But what do we have in our country? They tax you twice in a financial year. They tax you 2 times. They increase commodities, and Nigerians are just struggling. People are thinking of how to do hashtag Davido 2024. They are even putting more effort to watch the videos of Davido and his marriage ceremony. Nobody's even thinking like, look, this energy, why should we put the same energy in tackling what is happening in this country? It's like Nigerians are not even bothered about what's happening. Even diasporans are not even bothered. I don't just know why. Is it that how we created just to suffer, and okay, we are born to suffer, and let's just take it like that and move on, discuss other topic? Because my brother, trust me, I get pain when I see sometimes we just talk. Every election year come and go, we are still nose diving. So if we talk and there's no difference, what's the point talking? What's the point talking? Talk, and there's no nothing's happening. We wake up every day, the same thing on the news, day in, day out. What is the point talking? When is this okay? Enough is enough. When? I mean, look at what Kenya did. At least they didn't have to like debate anything. I mean, they just came out for what? Why? You want to raise money to pay China back their loan? Did you consult us when you were borrowing the money? If the money that you borrowed, where is it? Where is the work to show for it? Nothing. Yet you just want to pay the debt, and you're asking me to come and increase this to. Oh man, come on, man. So that's just why I've joined the life anyway. But for the women thing or whatever, is look, women are just another kind of species that if you start talking about their issue, they're like Nigerian problem. It's never ending. Never ending. Nigerian women are copycats. Though we have, don't get me wrong, we have some fantastic women, but they are very few. And because of this social media stuff, they don't come out to let people know that they are there. It's only the naughty head Olodo that think with their bomb that you have on social media. And the bad thing is they are making money now off social media. So because they are making money, you not think they're women of substance. Because they have money, whatever they say you think is the right thing. Because many of them non-entity. Remove social media. Let Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram stop paying them. If we will not see many of them talk to something else. Because they have money right now, they do small wish. They can maybe buy 1 or 2 tickets and travel abroad and come back. Maybe they can be able to afford house, some coming from money from politicians and other stuff. You not think, oh, because they are saying this, and you have many of them out there, they almost say the same thing. You not think is the right thing. Take women back 20, 40 years ago. Will we say that this kind of women, do we have them at that time? No. If I thought they were, you can count them with your fingers. And they were fantastic women with brains, women they've climbed higher. But check the generation. How many have you seen that have gotten to where those older women are? How many? None. None of them. How many of this new generation, these women right now, from their 40s downward, how many of you seen that are the remarkable women who can be compared to the likes of the Dora Akunyili or the Okonjo-Iweala or the Obiase Kulisi? How many of them right now? But these women I'm talking about, right from their young age, they were remarkably exceptional. They were doing it. They were like role models. At their young age, they were role models. At their old age, they were still role models. But this one we have right now, coming on social media day in, day out. The only thing they are good in talking is they can know how to advise you in when it comes to boyfriend and girlfriend matter. That's where they have A1. When it comes to relationship, they have A1. They can advise, yes. They can speak English, they tell you no, the man is supposed to be like, woman is supposed to be like this. Apart from that, what else do they have upstairs? Nothing. Is this science, medical breakthrough, or engineering or accounting? Nothing. Lawyer, nothing. All of them come out here is always on everything on social media. Nothing to teach the young ones about, like, in life, this is what you can work with or live with. Nothing. All about entertainment, music, movie, marriage, relationship issue, worst case scenario, jackpot issue. That's it, what they have to say. No, what else? Nothing. Then I think somebody was saying when women have money more than men, the men are mostly the issue. That is totally ridiculous. That's not true. That is pure fallacy. We've seen people telling you saying that they prefer to work with men as their boss than working under women as their boss. That's to tell you that when women have money over men, they tend to misbehave a lot. Don't get me wrong, we still have few good ones, but there are very few, and they're not celebrated. Their stories are not told. That's why we think
Sorry, who says that they like to work with men as their boss than women as their boss?
Women say that. Women actually say that.
Okay. Women say that to each other. Okay.
Women even like to be friends with men than to be friends with their own female. Because they tell you when women are, there must be trouble, there must be quarrel. But you see, men, they can quarrel today, tomorrow, they can sit over a couple of years and move along the next day. Men, unlike women, no. Is war. When they quarrel is war. Till forever, till God knows when. So when women have money over men, look, it's always a problem. You understand? And men will not say because I think what Masaka was saying that when men don't have money, they look inferior and they start talking to the women. I mean, that's bullshit, man. We're talking out of, well, let me not say negative word anyway. So my brother, that's just what I want to say.
Let me ask a black beauty, because I think this is an interesting point. I was just trying to find a way to think of the opposite in terms of the women, because like most men, if women earn more than them, it's like women have taken their position or their primary role as a provider. So would women be a little bit feel bad about men like doing their own tasks better, like taking care of the home, taking care of the children, and cleaning the kitchen and all that stuff? Would women be crossed about that if men were able to do it better?
I think it's what John Abba was saying, which is everyone has to play their part, you know. If you're not busy,
but the question was,
women
wouldn't have any issue with that. So why do men have issues with women doing some roles that are generally associated with men?
Let me paint one narrative, and you tell me. Let me paint the narrative. I'm sorry, in Black Beauty. Look, in Nigeria, there's some things that women does, right? And it seems to be normal. But when they do the same thing abroad, it seems to be a problem and they don't want to do it abroad. This scenario is this. Now, a woman and her husband, they're both working in Nigeria, right? They work. And the wife comes from work, tired or not tired, she still goes to the kitchen and cook for her husband. No matter what, right? The husband is the one paying the bills, even if the woman is still assisting or whatever. She doesn't complain. She sees that normal. But once it cross the shores, comes to oversee, it sees as a problem. That because she's also contributing, supporting the family, she's like, no, I'm tired now. I'm tired now. So what not change? Where is that strength? That you used to sit in the house in Nigeria, coming from work, and you still cook, and you see it as normal. You're even happy doing it. You tell your friend, let me rush to go and cook for my husband. I don't want him to start looking for food when he gets home. You leave your work, you leave your friend, you rush to go and cook. And you see it as normal. It's part of you. You understand? There's no problem. But when you come over this side, Mainly, most of them, they were like, no, because I'm still paying. My husband's supposed to assist me now and be doing some this and this and that, this and that. They are now asked a question. Okay, if you were in this abroad, you say because you come from work, your excuse is because you come from work, you are tired, so you can't still have the strength to still go and go to the kitchen and be cooking. It's someone now, you're overstressed, whatever. Okay, no problem. If, for instance, your husband is the one paying 100% of the bill oversee here, you are working and you are keeping the whole money in your pockets, you're not contributing anything. If you come from work, how will you contribute to the family? Will anybody tell you to go to the kitchen and cook? Voluntarily, you will go there and cook yourself because you know your husband is the one paying all the bills abroad. You're not paying anything. For you to be contributing to the family, since you cannot contribute financially because your husband is taking care of everything, you voluntarily want to go to the kitchen and cook and do some the domestic chores to as part of your contribution. Then you will not complain that you are tired anymore because you willingly want to do it because you know that will be your contribution. But the moment you start paying this token, this money, you will feel entitled like no, you're not supposed to do it. That's the strength is in them to do it. They can do it with flair, but because they are not in a situation whereby this environment will support that kind of stuff, they hide under that excuse and say, okay, no, now I'm working now, so I can't be working at the same time, be taking care of children, be cooking, be doing dishes, this and that. Meanwhile, you were doing it willingly if you would do it willingly if you were not contributing a dime to raise up the family.
I think what is going on there is that in the context of the continent, it supports it. Who is that? Oh, Eme, yeah, Eme, go ahead. You haven't said anything for ages.
Okay. Well, on this issues of the issue of African women or black women being more aggressive, if I understand. Well, I think aggression is part of relax normally, and I think in our own space we don't see that as aggression. And I believe that the more educated the woman is, the more she expresses herself. And I think for a man, if you are married to an educated woman, then you would also have to understand that this is not, there's levels to her education. Definitely, there's a reason why she's educated. There's a reason why she's making her own money as well. So you have to understand, and also you two should come to an equilibrium with that person, especially if you're going to marry her or if you're married. And for me, I don't think it is unmanly or it is feminine to want to cook for your wife or to want to cook for the family or to want to take some domestic chores and do. I think it is just being responsible. So for some persons, I know maybe they've not been trained to do that, but that doesn't mean that it is a rule everywhere. So for me as a person, I'm not afraid of a strong woman. I like a strong woman as well. I like somebody who's educated because I don't feel intimidated by that. In fact, I love it. I love it. As a matter of fact, my wife is on this. She's trying to get her second PhD even now. So I love that, and it is not. It doesn't make any. If it means for me to take care of my baby, there was a time I had to go get my baby's passport. My wife was doing some invigilation somewhere, and I picked up my baby, went there, put my baby on my chest, moved around, and did everything I wanted to do. Of course,
Second PhD, is your wife Nigerian?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just checking. Second PhD is like
I'm
one is not enough.
Why shock you? No matter. It doesn't matter. They can do that.
No. My point is that we have quite highly educated people. We do have them. I'm just taking samples.
Oh, they are. Like I said, because many of them are not educated. It's only the bad ones that you see on social media.
Never in one way disrespected me. Of course, not that she doesn't have her opinion, or maybe if I love her, that she should have her own strong opinion. Because I love such a debate. I want us to dialogue. Yes, tell me what you don't feel is right, so that we can correct and move this family forward. And I think that's where leadership comes in. You know what you want for the family, you lead it as well, and you also know when to even, relax and do and step the gas down and also be easy. It is in your house. The way they say it in the Yoruba land, they say that it is in your house you eat whatever you want to eat, but you make sure that you say it differently outside. Because if you say that you eat something different outside, they will take it for that. I don't know if I say that well, but
That makes
basically
sense.
speaking, is that pardon?
That makes a lot of sense because there's a perception that a man has in his marriage at home inside, and that's not necessarily for everyone to know exactly how your marriage is set up.
So, in the issue of marriage, I don't think for me as a person, the only way I can have a problem with a lady is if I see that you are truly disrespectful. That is just it. And being disrespectful, I would have respected myself for you. So the way I would have approached you and the conversation would make you, even if you are disrespectful, naturally you wouldn't want to disrespect me because there will be need for that. Right? There won't be need for that. And if there's a reason that is wrong, I will simply address the issue. Not even you, I will address the issue that this is being disrespectful. But that doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect you. But what you've just done, the act itself is wrong. And when we debate, when we talk about that, I think we'll be fine. So for me as a person, I don't have issues with uh, African women or black women being aggressive. I think it's not even a general thing actually. I have seen a lot of black
So,
women who
but
are
could
just
it be that because your partner is Nigerian, compared to, and let me ask, because I wanted to ask Black Beauty, would you have, is such, because maybe that's why she is more like, traditional, and she still maintains the structure.
yeah,
But do you
it could
think,
be.
yeah, that's what I wanted to find out from
Yeah,
Black Beauty.
it
Like,
could
do you
be.
think if this system arrangement was within, let's say, an African American family, I don't know how it's going to be with British ones, Black British, or Caribbean ones. Will it be
I think every
balanced?
woman wants. Sorry, I think I get your question, and I want to say this. To my own experience, anyway, I think every woman wants to be shown love and respect as well, and it doesn't have to be a big thing. Even in the minutest of things, and most of the time, those are even what score the points more. It's like how much minor points you can score more than even the major points. And
Yeah,
once we have,
I think that one is now everybody knows that one. If you cannot even be do the basics, then forget it. So
you see, so in my own opinion, that's it. And that basically is not necessarily that maybe you have to buy a gift if you get the point, but just
yeah, I
let
get
her
what
know.
you mean.
She will know that truly, this guy is.
So
And
the
that
question arises though. The question still arises because I want to, because I'm beginning to, my views are beginning to shift a bit actually from what I'm hearing. Like a Black Beauty, like if this same scenario that he painted now was between an African American man and an African American woman, she's going for a second PhD. He's a first degree holder. Do you think the dynamics will be as he describes, or she'll be thinking of kicking him to the curb and getting on with something more sophisticated?
I think people are making arrangements that work for them nowadays. I think now that honestly, black women and men, 40 and below most of them are making some kind of decent money. And so it's a team effort now. It's not really, and I think they have more of what they consider like an egalitarian relationship where there's a lot of offsetting of things. So I might cook and he might clean, you know. That's something I always say, like, hey, listen, it would be great if you could wash the dishes instead of me having to do that. Like, why should I have to do all the cooking and wash the dishes?
So, but you're talking about cooking and washing dishes. I'm talking about if the gap is one is highly educated and the other is not, and probably income. The female
I
is
think
earning
that's
more
okay.
money
It's
and the
about
other
how
is
a
not.
person. I think that happens a lot in the Black American community because people just want to be with who makes them feel good. So they're not really worried about marrying for educational reasons, that's more of an African thing, where like both y'all gotta have your masters and things. We don't business like that. We pretty much just look at each other, and if we like each other, then we're having a baby. That's pretty much Black American culture, to be honest.
Okay, so I want to get it clear.
If I'm
So
honest.
because I know Black American women are highly educated, probably the most highly educated group in America, if I'm not mistaken. So those highly educated ones. Yeah,
That's
okay.
not correct.
No,
I think
Black
I heard
American
that
women,
they wear.
African American women are the highest educated in America.
Well,
I think so. I thought I saw that statistic somewhere. I thought I saw a statistic.
What a club to be a part of, yeah.
For that, if you ask me a question now, have you seen a situation whereby, or why is it that it's only rich men, well-educated men, or whatsoever, you understand, can only pick up a poor, wretched girl from the streets and brush her up and train her to whatever and stay for the
because it's man that's supposed to care for women.
Hold on first now, that's a simple question.
That one is easy.
Unlike the rivers, when you see a woman is rich, educated, and we just go to the street and like this poor guy, wretched guy, let me take him, let me like him, love him, and care for him. It's always like that, right?
But
Why?
you should be asking that question towards the men, because I think what really happens is that the man is unwilling to play the position that is required in that circumstance.
I agree
with women. We as women are already.
There are not that many women doing that.
We as women are. Let me finish.
All men is not supposed to be rich and educated.
I'm not saying that. So you gotta keep up, because I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we as women are preconditioned to be in a way where we're serving, and even if we don't like it per se, it's in our DNA. Whereas men, it's very difficult to take a man who has great potential and maybe you're doing better than him. I've been in a position like that, and really what happens is he starts to have doubt within himself. There's nothing I can do about that.
So
there's nothing I can do about how you feel about your position. All I can do is continue to be a good woman, and if it's not suffice for you, then you have to do what you can do.
That's not what I'm saying. I said, right, what I simply say is this: situations where you have poor women and you have poor men.
I know
you have wretched women and you have wretched men. So, like, you can get a black, wealthy, up to well-to-do guy, educated and rich, right, and go for the opposite sex and lower state of class, and they will still be compatible and okay.
That's the answer.
Then hold on first now. Then the reverse is what I'm talking about. Like, it's not that the woman is supposed to blaming the man. Why is the man not educated or whatever? No, I'm saying
because
the
women are receivers.
Just keep quiet. Let me finish, please. Just keep quiet for once, please.
We've answered that question. You are just
shut up, please.
Yeah, one thing, Local P, that you do a lot is like you think that we don't understand your question, but we've heard
just
your
let me finish. Hold on.
3 different ways.
You allow somebody to finish first, whether you understand or not.
That question is answered.
It's bound to for you to be like, let me finish.
Okay, so how about this? You get one more time to ask this question, and if we don't understand it, you just gotta let it go. Because we can't keep hearing your question 10 times.
Yeah.
We understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
We understand what you're saying.
Listen, if you understand that you don't give an appropriate answer, what will I do? Keep quiet.
What do you mean accurate answer?
But appropriate is subjective. Appropriate is subjective, hon.
I'm asking a simple question, right? My question is
I gave you a simple answer. I gave a simple answer.
Okay, let's hear him. Let's all hear him ask again. Then
here's the simple answer. Here's the simple answer. If no one heard me,
let me finish the question first. These people.
Here's the simple answer. The simple answer is most men are not willing to be in that position. They're not comfortable. It's just that simple.
Women are supposed to be receivers. They are not givers.
Whether they are willing or not, even
men
women
are not built to receive on that level.
Women are not even willing to
be. Just leave it. Let me hear him clearly.
Women are not even willingly or not even allowed to be in that condition. But situation happens and they're like that. Women who are poor, wretched, or illiterate, they don't want to be that situation. They're not there to say, okay, no, let me be this. They'll definitely be a man that will come and pick me from the street.
Actually, I think history would say something different. If I speak as a Black American woman and I know my girlfriends and what they've gone through, and a lot of other Black American women, aunties and all that, what really happens is Women make money. They want to uplift their man. They continue to try to uplift their man. They uplift him, and he ends up going with someone else.
See,
And that's
okay.
usually
No,
what does happen.
it's a
Because
different
he
case.
doesn't feel comfortable in that position.
Women, it happens to men
He
to
doesn't
women
feel
too. It's the same
comfortable
thing.
receiving at that level.
What I'm asking is simple. Look, a man
every time he looks at you as a woman, he looks at you and
who's
says,
already
"You
made.
built me, and I don't want to be with the woman who built me." That's really what it is.
I'm asking a woman who is
It's just
already made. A woman is already
Anybody
made.
knows what I'm talking
can
about.
And
do.
he just
Yeah.
go to the streets.
I just wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear Lokopi, because Lokopi seems to feel strongly about this, and it's like there's something there
No,
that
they
he's
are.
trying to
They,
highlight.
I mean, they have basically answered they given the answer. Women are generally.
Maybe he's
they
asking
generally
something else. Maybe he's asking something else. I'm trying to find out what he's trying to ask.
I'm not saying when they are together already, right? No. Look, I can be a rich guy, educated. I'm driving on the streets. I don't know this man from madam. I just say, oh man, fine, cute girl. Oh yeah. Oh, I think I like this girl, this and that, and we start from there. We don't need each other from Adam. That's the reverse I'm asking for. The woman who's rich, educated, driving on the streets, and just see one poor Richard guy that he doesn't even know before, and just
that is the answer we gave to you. That's the answer everybody gave.
They're not built. They're not built like that. They're not
exactly. So that's the question I'm asking. Why?
Yeah, they're not built like
the answer.
you
got the answer
even
already.
Nature,
you don't want to accept it.
Even nature didn't build them like that. Anyway,
so
good
that
evening.
goes to where I'm
Good
saying
evening, everyone.
it is ridiculous when they say when women are rich. When I say women are
trying to reach another
good evening, everyone.
No,
good evening.
Let's hear him
Good
out.
evening, everyone.
When women are rich,
let's hear him out.
Don't tend to function well with them when they are rich. Mostly, like you said, they are not built like that. So because I said they are built, when they are richer than men, they are not built to function well.
No, women know. That's
No,
not the answer. You weren't accepting what I was saying. Hold on, let me answer this.
I'm not telling you 100%. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying 100%. Most of them.
No. You're not accepting what I'm saying as a woman. What I'm saying is that women have tried it. A lot of Black American women have tried it with other Black men. And what happens is he might be comfortable in the beginning. He might be comfortable in the beginning. Hold on. I don't know if I can't speak for Nigerians. But what I'm gonna say is that a lot of Black American women have tried to, like,
that's a fallacy.
Hold on,
not a lie.
Hold on.
Stop using
I don't
the
know.
word a lie.
I don't know. I'm gonna use the words I want to use, and you're not gonna police what I use, right?
No, take it easy. It's not
fight. Are you done?
Let's have a discussion.
Are you done?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Good evening. Good
Let me
evening.
finish what I was saying.
Thanks for.
What I was saying is that a lot of excuse me, what I was saying was that a lot of women have tried that, and what happens is a man does not feel comfortable in that position, and ultimately he ends up leaving the relationship. That's what I've observed across a lot of relationships that I have seen in my life. If that doesn't work for you all, it doesn't work for you all, but then stop asking me what my opinion is. That's my opinion.
Okay, good evening, forefathers. Thank you for signing up for 10 solid hours of doing this.
Thank you.
I think Local P said a lot about the Kenya situation and how it relates to Nigeria and the Nigerian protesters. So there's really not much for me to say about that. I'm going to preference this by saying that I am a person that respects women. I'm a person that believes that my daughter should not be paid any less than my son if they're doing the same job and putting in the same number of hours. I am a person that have 4 sisters, the least of which has been married for 17 years. The one that's been married for most number, I think, is 28. Then there's a 27. There's a 22. I hope 23. And all of my sisters are well-accomplished women, make great money, but they will never in their life disrespect their husband under any circumstance. And the reverse of that is that their husbands too will not disrespect themselves. Okay? But you see, there's a lot of what I see out here in these spaces, and even in person or even in Nigeria, is a lot of people that are deluded by their own illusion. They're deluded. And I say that to say this. You hear all these people talk about they make their own money. Even in this America, the percentage of women, black, white, Puerto Rican, German, of women that make over $100,000, at least as of last count. Maybe when they do the next count, it will have will actually expect to have gone up quite drastically. But the percentage of women in this America that makes $100,000 is between 6 and 8%. So if you extrapolate that around the world, Africa, Asia, to the majority of the world, most people in the world are not making those type of money. It's all this new age foolery. People that think that because, you see, when people have never had money, when they come into money, I think they just go crazy. And I think that's what's happening with a lot of these women. And a lot of them, all they will end up being is a girl toy to be passed around from one guy to another guy. That's why you see so many of them in their late 30s and their 40s, and they don't have a man. They can keep one. They can't even buy one because their attitude stinks. My mother was married until she passed away for many years. Well-respected woman, worked in the Ministry of External Affairs for many years, was even sent to America from Nigeria to come and represent Nigeria. Well-respected woman by everyone, man, woman, cat, dog. But she didn't say because she was making some money disrespect my father. Who born you? Who are you talking to? I don't care how much money you make. I don't care if you have 32 PhDs. You don't have to deal with me, but I'm not going to deal with you. So all this, even this talk about Nigerian women, I was in Nigeria recently. I just avoid them like a plague. Where is the character? What are you about? What is the essence of you? Who in the world are you to ask me how much money I make? Who in the world are you? You see, the reality is, I don't know if a lot of people got it earlier on today. Ngozika said when she woke up, she heard some noises outside. And she had to go out there. I'm not, really concentrating this part of the statement on Ngozika herself. But in a situation like that, a woman with a husband, it is the husband that will go out there, not the woman going out there. And that's part of what a lot of these people have forgotten. A man is not just about the resources that he brings. There are so many essence of what makes a man to a woman. And a lot of these foolish hyenas, which is what they are, will never be able to get one. Wait until they turn 50 and 55 and start looking as ugly as they really are. You think because you're 20-something years old or you're 30, that all a man needs is somebody to bring some money and you can't cook? What the heck are you? Who raised you? Why can't you cook?
Can't clean.
Why can't don't you clean the place that you reside in, you dirty self? You don't clean up after your own self. If you live in a house with your boyfriend or husband, you can't clean up where you live. I mean, you need to stand back to whoever raised you. I mean, why do we accept this foolery? Just because you make money and you have a good job, so what? Who cares? And the foolishness of this whole thing is the vast majority of these hyenas running around will tell you that even if they're making $500,000 and the guy is making 1 million, they don't even want to put down 1 penny of their own money. You still want the guy to do everything. Because of what? Your stuff is made out of platinum or what? If you were selling, if you were selling tomato at Jankara, will you be determined? Will you
Why
be demanding the same
strongly
thing?
about this?
If you are selling tomato at Jankara, will you be demanding the same thing? Because you went to some school, so the whole world cannot hear word.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. See, let me show this. I think Black Beauty made a point earlier on that some women have been doing some of that in terms of, getting on with men that are not necessarily providing as much, because this is a chart of marriages where the men are sole providers amongst Black families. As you can see, by and large, the men are generally the higher providers. But if you look at our Black men, 40% versus 26%. That is the highest rate of any race in the world. Black women, this is in the US.
Forefathers. You see, this is the thing. I agree with that. But this is the problem when I go to these spaces and hear this foolery, that a lot of Black women have done that. They've tried to help their man. You pick the man that you're with. So don't come and visit that on other men. You pick that loser. Whether you knew he was a loser or not from the beginning, that is why you have to when you're going out with someone or trying to make someone your boyfriend or husband, you need to pay attention. Get the men around you, your brothers, your uncles, to vet that guy, not just what he looks like, not just how big his dingling is. There's a whole lot more to this problem.
That is not what they are doing, though. This chart doesn't indicate that the women are being completely irresponsible.
The question would have been, what kind of women are they first?
Yeah, are these women or are these girls? Are we talking about women or are we talking about girls?
They talk about Black wives, college graduates, more likely than others. So they are educated people, more like 26%. They are breadwinners in the home. So that means
in the case of
they
America,
are the ones earning more than their men.
In case like America, I think this chart is only about America, nowhere else.
Yeah, this is America, and that's what she was speaking to. That's what Black Beauty was speaking to.
The truth is first, right? Because most Americans, most of them come from jail. Most of them are jail ex-convicts. So they are mainly not doing good jobs, on the street, whatever. And the women who are so like maybe providing or supporting, or maybe any higher, most of them are horrible. Maybe they're not fine, they don't get hope to meet better man. So the one with the available now they go fine. So they get to do it and to have because on a very good day, if clean girl, they find chick, they make money. She not go for that kind of person. She go for higher men who get class now.
Yes, now because those men will be chasing her too.
No, hold on now. Yeah, good. So the ones that are doing more of, right, are most men in America who be ex-convict where they do nonsense work when they make better money. And the women, hold on, and their wives now horrible. We just the junkie.
Yeah, you are saying horrible, but let me ask you now. But if it was the men too that were the horrible marrying a pretty woman, would you have issues with that? Would you not just regard it as a man providing for his woman?
If the man are horrible.
Yeah, if the man is horrible, would you?
If the man are horrible, no, if the man are horrible, there must be something we do more. Say yes, I like this horrible guy. The way they carry me, the way they have beds. If not horrible woman, I don't want to carry woman.
And forefathers. Let me add this too. You see, this is part of the problem here. You see, this is a problem that doesn't have a solution. And what I mean by that is this, especially nowadays, the vast majority of young women out here, they want the 20% of the men that make good money, looks good, can take them on 52 vacations in 1 year and pay for everything. You see, the problem is called mathematics. You don't have enough men all over the world that can do that. So what ends up happening is the 70 or whatever percentage of these women that want those men, whether they like it or not, they're sharing those 20% of the men. Absolutely. And that equation will never equate.
Yeah, but that is not the discussion we're having.
You want what is a limited supply.
Yeah, but that's not the discussion we are having, though. It's not fair.
I was just explaining
the discussion
what we are talking about
because this is going back, going now. We are now shifting the goal to say women are.
No. What is the discussion? Tell me where you say the
discussion was about. Generally, was about whether our women are perceived, whether the perception that our women are more aggressive is necessarily true compared to other groups of women around the world.
Remove the link.
Can you take the graph off so I can speak to this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Remove the link.
Let me speak to this. Wait, please. Look.
Okay, go ahead. But you are not on camera now, eh?
My friend, keep quiet. Let me pass it talk.
What?
That's the rule. That's the rule. Local peace. Stop being nasty.
Chris, what are you talking
Come on, guys.
Let's leave it now. Let's leave it.
What's been spoken about since this discussion? I think it's a good discussion, to be frank. I think a lot more women should join the table to discuss these things.
I agree.
I don't really like the fact that women don't represent themselves, but they it puts every discussion into a tough position. Especially discussions like this.
A black beauty, they are calling for your presence here.
No, not just her. She makes no wait. She makes an attempt. Oh dear. What's wrong with everybody?
Doesn't want to talk about this. She doesn't like to come on camera when it's live. Let's see who else. Whoever.
Did you hear anything about what I said about let's see who else? I haven't finished what I'm saying.
I know. We're gonna let you say it now. We're gonna let you finish. We're not running anywhere. Please go ahead.
That's Jesus Christ.
All I'm trying to put forward is for this kind of discussion for women who are presently in the chat. I would think that this would be of interest to you to put yourself forward where this is concerned. And Black Beauty, she does her very best, I think, to represent herself and where she's coming from. And I think we need to give some time and consciousness to that. If you're speaking about America, you're speaking about a whole different entity that needs a lot of understanding, where both how Black women have been raised in the Americas and how Black men have been raised and looked upon, and how corrupted that whole thing is, to the point that you can't compare a lot of what goes on in America, especially at a certain class demographic of Black people and the rest of the world. They're coming from a completely different aspect, I tell you. They've been broken, they've been tortured, they've been maligned, they've been farmed, they've been bred. They've gone through a lot where this whole sex matter is concerned. And where you try to perform sex into a relationship, it becomes difficult, to be frank. I think those of us who are men and have certain level of experience, we would know that the difference between sex and relationship is quite vast. And where it's so quick in the West, you know, I won't even want to tell you about my past in this way, because it could be looked at in all sorts of ways. But in the learning about women and what women are and what they need, what they deserve, and what they mean to a man in his life is the aspect that men, I think, would want to take these things from, which is the person I'm calling my wife. Is she needs instant respect. Doesn't matter what you even think about me. My wife needs instant respect. This is to say women are special. But the thing is that all women understand, and I'm not even sure how many men truly understand this, is how special a man is. No matter how a woman is special. A man is more special. And I say this out of strict observation, and I didn't read it in no idiotic book that or magazine that people are paying attention to speak about themselves. This is pure observation. I lost my father about nearly 15 years ago now. And it was only in losing him that I really understood how important he was in our family. I remember words he has said throughout the years. His words follow me wherever I go, whatever I'm doing. And when this giant of a man has now left the stage, and it is now in your hands, the legacy of the family name is now in your hands to create, to develop, to leave a legacy yourself. We have to appreciate what it is to be a man. You know, the responsibility of life is squarely in the hands of men, squarely. To go out there, be educated, learn as much as possible in terms of decorum and who it is to be yourself. Enter into the fray and tackle the demons of life as you see them on a daily basis. Don't complain about what's going on. Just somehow focus within all of the madness that's going on out there and still be able to forge ahead. Now, I don't know about you. Women have told me, there was one girl that I used to know, she told me, and it was a shock to me, that I would never like to be a man. I'm thinking, what are you talking about? Everyone wants to be a man. To be a man is the thing. She goes, no, man. She said, too much is expected of men. And I had to think about this statement. And it was damn correct. There is a lot of expectations where men are concerned. What we expect from ourselves, what our family expect from us, what our daughter, son, wife, we are expected to do everything. That's why there's a lot of disrespect that comes men's way. Some of it is fair, some of it is very unfair. But I'm saying all this to put us all into a understanding of how relationships have been broken, how relationships over the years have changed, and what these aspects of change, where are these changes coming from? So if as men, we don't somehow harmonize our communication with our women, and our women don't respect enough to harmonize their communication with us, we are in trouble. We are in, especially in the West, as Black people in the West, especially. And if you're not married already, and if you are married, I salute you. And I'll be that person, and you can keep your relationship.
There's only one statement you made that sounds a little bit controversial. Sorry to hear about your that person.
No, that's
but you said something about men are special, the kind of special, more special.
Yes.
In what way?
In the way I've just pronounced, in terms of what
a lot is expected of us.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a fair point. You can say there is a lot. Of course, that's what we did earlier. No, not the rest.
Let me quickly say something. I'm not going to spare 1 minute. The point I was interested in, right? Black Beauty, she's no longer here. She said something. I was surprised none of you was able to ask more questions. So, wherefore father asked, is it true that Black women are more aggressive? So, when you guys were discussing that topic, she said something. She said, and you guys were talking about cookie tune. So she said, is the responsibility of the man to make sure, to probably I don't know the exact word, calm the woman down, make sure she's you know how to like kind of like calm her down where she's aggressive, stuff like that. The second thing she said was, oh, if they like you, they will cook for you. So I wanted to bring those two points. I don't want them to slide. First of all, it's not the responsibility of the husband to cook when a woman is misbehaving at that level. Charity begins at home. These are stuff an adult supposed to learn how to behave. It's just like what we discuss here sometimes. The second thing is, I know she's African American. Women, if you know you want to get married, I don't think it has to be a thing of when you like the man, why did you marry him? You have to cook for him. If the man decides to say he's participating in the cooking, that's fine. But we Africa, we need to know, our women need to know. Technically, it's the responsibility of the woman to cook most of the time. The kitchen belongs to the woman. The man can cook, especially we in the West, we don't have option because everybody is busy. But if you put a condition there, it becomes problematic. Those are the issues that can cause a lot of trouble. I just wanted to I wish she was still here. I wanted to ask her a question as regard to that, if she really mean what she said.
I think I picked up on that too. Actually, I did pick up on that, but because I think when Jago said something about UK women are not very good cooks and continentals, and I also thought about that from the point of view of being like a proper woman generally. Anyway, historically, is that one of the fundamentals you have to learn is to cook. As a woman, it's like part of womanhood to an extent. Just like a man has to learn how to do a job to provide for his home. Those are some of the fundamentals. So
I say the beauty of a woman is the feminine energy. Like, except it's a man, I don't think most majority of the men really want their wife go and be looking for money, go and work money till night every day. I don't think it's a lifestyle. I actually expect more from the men, I swear. I believe the men should work more and try to provide for the family. I don't really think it's the responsibility of the woman. If the woman is working, good, but I really, really don't think so. I think the woman focus should be more of the family. What I mean by it, even if a man and woman are working, it get to that point that they need one person to take care of the family. It's still gonna be the woman. So we men, I know sometimes it's hard. We have to do more to make sure we are able to provide for our family.
So from the data I'm looking at here, the African American woman generally, in terms of chipping in to support the marriage, they occur the highest among all groups to support the marriage economically. And in terms of being sole, the breadwinners or the sole primary provider, they tend to also occur the highest. And it seems to also correlate with divorce rates to an extent.
Yeah,
because if they are the sole providers, generally they tend to lead to more divorces.
That is what we were telling local P now. Women are not designed that way to provide for the family. The moment a woman is doing that, there is a price to pay. That man is gonna pay a price. If you are not willing to pay that price, then you're gonna end the marriage. You're gonna exit.
And society too doesn't support it too, generally.
Yeah, society doesn't support it. Women are not designed. Even if a woman is a billionaire, trust me, they are not designed. They can't do it. Is 0.1% of women that will provide for a family. You will get all you want.
I'm looking. Sorry, AY. I'm just looking at topic. Are you trying to do Kulata today or something?
Exactly. I came for you, forefathers and
what have I done?
Yes. In which you hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I need to do with uncles here. Uncles here just upset me. I need to deal with them.
What did we do now?
In which encyclopedia did you see it, or did they tell you that it's the expectation of a woman to cook?
In Africa,
Did I say that?
hey, hold on.
Talk
I actually signed in because of that.
about the African man or the Nigerian man.
Please. Encyclopedia.
But women are supposed to learn to cook.
That is not, that is not the expectation.
I'm here to ask questions.
You don't expect me here living in America, waking up at 5 in the morning every day.
Oh no!
Getting my child ready for school, go to do my own 8 to 5 job, and come back home and say I'm making amala or opalediam for you because it's my responsibility.
Hold on.
No. Yes, that's how I'm taking what you are saying.
Father, I have a question. I'm here to ask questions and I'll leave.
Okay,
I'll ask
all
questions
our
and I'll
politics
leave.
has been quiet. Yeah, let him
Allow
ask his
on
question.
politics. He has been here.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't know about John Abba's yet. Shout out to John Abba. I was listening to his master class on this.
Yeah, he wasn't having it. Yeah.
My questions, the first one goes to men, and the other one is pretty much like general, or it's more or less an observation. Now, the question for the men is expectation, right? We all know that the same expectation that our parents and the society put for the women, the same exactly is expected of the men. What do I mean? Go to school, stay in school, be the best in school, get out, get a good job, be the best at the job so that you can provide. The same thing, the same thing they will tell the man, the same thing they will tell the woman. So my fellow men, at one point, do you not expect the woman to lower all these expectations that society and her parents had for both men and both on her, and do that you expect her to do? That's the question.
I disagree.
Then my
It's not the
second
same
observation is the question, and a question I asked. My other one is worldview. This goes to our sister in the house. How important, or do you think it's important, knowing that, first of all, knowing that we, especially the black race, are conquered race, and one of the disadvantage, one of the effect of us being conquered is that you are given a worldview, pretty much. It's a worldview that's already designed for you that you are born into. It takes privilege, opportunities, money, and all that for you to actually now snap out of that or begin to develop your own worldview. So, how important is it for the partners to know each other worldview before they even start? Now, what do I mean by that? It's pretty much, what do you understand by life? What does this life mean to you? What is your worldview? How do you see the world? Because to me, your decision in life is pretty much shaped by that worldview. Now, I don't expect my partner to live my own worldview because I expect her to have her own worldview. I don't want to live in our own worldview. If we have the same worldview, glory be to God. If along the line one wants to join our sweet, but I want my partner to understand my worldview, and me understand our worldview, so we all can grow to achieve whatever destiny has there for us. I don't know if what I'm saying
think
makes
you
sense.
are saying it quite well.
How important is that?
Yeah, you're making sense.
Those are my two cents.
So the question is about worldview. I don't understand the
one expectation where the men and women as a child growing up, the same expectation for men and women.
Let me quickly answer.
So at what point now you as a man now expect the woman to lower expectation just to serve as a wife?
Let me quickly answer.
All our politics.
Thank you.
Let me come in here.
Politics.
You actually raised a very good observation and question, right? But this is how I want to come in.
Okay.
Just as all my politics said it, men were expected to go to school, do better in school, provide for their family. Women also are also expected to go to school, do better in school, and be useful in the society, right? In the modern days,
yes,
those expectations that we have in these modern days is entirely different from what our ancestors, I'm not even talking about our father, our great-great-father, what they
yes,
did, right?
that's why I tailored
Thank
the
you.
question to
In
us. We
today's
made it now.
society, as a man, be rest assured that whatever you are expecting from your woman is the exact same thing she's expecting from you. Now, somebody was talking
God
about
bless you,
balancing,
God bless you, Ekene.
learning how to balance. If you go to work, for example, as a man, and probably your wife also has her own job, maybe both of you won't be going to work at the same time. Maybe you shared, one goes night shift, the other one goes day shift, right? If you, as a man, is in the house, if it is your turn to take care of the home, that is, if you don't have extended families that to come and help, like your mother or her mother, it's just between you and your wife. Whatever responsibilities she shoulders while you are at work, that same responsibility you will shoulder while she's at work. For example, learn how to take care of your babies if you have one. Learn how to cook for her. The same way she cook and serve you is the same way you will cook and serve your woman. That is, if you want peace in your life, because you don't expect her to go through 12 hours shift, still come back to cook for you. Who are you? You want her dead or alive?
Thank you, Ekene.
You
Thank
still want
you.
her? Is she your mate?
With what 12
Hold on.
hours?
Don't
Is she
forget
your
this
mate?
point too.
No,
Learn
it's not
how to
controversial. To be fair, what he's saying is not controversial at all.
How heartless are you to watch
Exactly.
her coming back with that 12 hours shift, stand in the kitchen to cook for you? How demonic do you think you are? So now, this is it.
Don't forget
If you are raising your child, if you are raising your boy child today, try as much as possible to teach him how to cook.
No wala.
As much as you teach your daughter how to cook, both of them, I mean, boy and girl, should learn how to cook so that whenever they get into family line, they should know how to take care of their spouses. Male take care of your woman, woman take care of your man.
Let me say
Simple.
this.
Learn how to balance it. We are not in the dark ages where women are expected to go to farm, come back, cook, and do this like as if they are donkey.
From the context you've spoken, it makes sense.
It's like if nobody wants to even hear from me again. Because
Nobody is it. We all are masters of women's lives now. Sorry. Let Tope go because the women always have.
I want to say two things to Ekene and ask the question.
Sorry, Loco. The women always go first.
Go ahead. No.
I agree with Ekene 100% of every single thing is said. Thank you for your service, Ekene. God bless you. Exactly what you were thinking was exactly what was on my mind. That it was because of two Niger that doesn't like wigs. That doesn't like buying women wigs. And because of AY that I came in for them.
Oh my God.
But you are very lucky, Ekene just said all I wanted to say.
Let's have a discussion.
This is not, see, all the point he made is not controversial.
How do you, exactly what Ekene said, how do you expect?
All agree with that point.
Wait, how do you, exactly what Ekene said, how do you expect a woman, a working day woman in this day and age?
Let me say, hold on. This thing is
abroad.
Hold on. Let me say, I need to come in. Let me come in. I don't top it, hold on. Calm down. You see, what Ekene said is true, but it depends on the context. First of all, I want to hold on. The expectation of men and women are actually different. That statement, that question on politics asked, it's not actually true that the expectation is the same. I will explain. A woman that is a graduate today, she can easily get a man that is established, that is working get married even without a job. The man will marry
No,
you.
see what AY.
We're not even talking about marriage. We're cutting. Your girlfriend. Can you
You
cook
and
for
your
her?
sister now.
Let
Hold on.
him finish
Hold on. AY.
I know.
Can you
Let me
cook for
just
your
finish.
No,
girlfriend? We're
wait,
not even talking
understand my
about your
question.
wife.
Understand my question. Hold on, understand my
That's why
question.
you chase.
Understand my
That is
question.
why you chase women.
Hold on
That's why
now.
you
Hold
chase
on. I
women
want
away
you to
from the
understand my
platform.
question.
You wouldn't even let him make a sentence.
Hold on, let me finish.
AY, understand my question. My question. Okay, just like now you have a sister, right? Growing up together, maybe not 2 years, they different, one be senior, one be junior, and they go to the same school. So your parents they tell you, say, oh, go be focused and be serious. And they tell your sister, say, no, go fail, no pass. Is that what they are telling you people? Your parents? Is that
Yeah.
so they tell you now?
Let me finish it. So there is difference between educating a woman and expecting a woman.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not. I said expectation. Expectation. That's what I say. What was the expectation for your sister and from you? That's what I was saying for.
Just let me speak on this.
You know that.
When I finish, you will understand.
It's funny how
when
two
I
of
finish,
you
you will
didn't include
understand.
that aspect of a woman.
Myself and my sister, when we graduate from university, nobody is expecting to my sister go and work and come and take care of the family. No, nobody is expecting that from her. The biggest expectation, oh, are you ready? Get married. Nobody will disturb me until I have a job. I'm settled. That's the difference. So the expectation is different. Why I said what I can say, it depends on the situation. Now, you see men that are asking for 50. You see men that are asking 50-50 from women or from women. I never support that. But the thing from a Kenyan perspective, if you want a woman to bring 50-50 to your home, I will fully support the woman. The man provide 50-50 in terms of house, chores, everything that is going on. So it's really different. It's also different across tribe too. If you want a woman that you want her focus, even if she's doing part-time job, you don't want the family to suffer, the children to suffer, the house to suffer. You have the resources. You tell the woman, don't worry, your focus is going to be house. If she agrees to that, let her do part-time job and take care of the house. There is nothing wrong with that. But it all depends on the what works for you guys, what the man wants, what the woman wants. But on that one, you say, if a woman is bringing 100% of her money to the house, you are bringing 100%. I see no reason why the woman should be doing extra work. You guys have to share all the duty. That if some men agree to that, if you agree to that,
most men don't agree to that.
Fundamental thing is understanding what marriage is in the first place.
They don't
When you understand the fundamental thing is understanding what marriage is in the first place, right? When you understand that, when you are married as a man, you have a wife. That wife is you, and you are your wife. Two has become one. That is my understanding of marriage in the first place, right? When the two has become one, you don't expect your wife to even provide for you. You will be the sole provider in the first place. You are taking care of her. Now, if she's making the money, if she's making money, just as you are making money, whatever you have is hers, and whatever she has is yours. Two are working together.
You go ahead, your money is our money, my money is my money.
Two are working together to achieve a common goal, unless if you have a different agenda, which is maybe tomorrow it might not work out, everybody go his separate ways.
Correct.
I want of the belief that when you are married is a final bus stop. You are not going nowhere. If you are having a difficult time in your marriage, you must fix it, because it's something that you've already signed up. Now, where you now sit down to divide who provide this and who provide that, I don't think it makes sense in a marriage, unless if you are still cutting.
But we need, hold on,
now,
we need to speak in practical terms.
I'm just telling you, it depends on what you want. Practical story now is no, hold on now. It depends on how you want to lay. I mean, our people said, however you lay you put your mat, you lay, right? So however you want to, sleep, that is how you put your mat. It is your own headache, right? I can't remember how they say it. When the difficult time comes, you will know who truly is your wife or who truly is your helper, right? But what I'm saying in essence, that just as the John Abbas stated it, that he shared a testimony here when his wife was in school, right? John Abba was practically 100% provider in the house. Yet he was taking care of the children, taking care of everything, just encouraging his wife to focus on school to make sure she graduated and did well in school. So John Abba was providing 100%, probably was cooking, taking care of the kids. And look at him now. Is he not a man? Does he remove anything from his
Let
life?
other people speak.
Right?
Let other people speak.
Yeah, hold on now. You're not speaking for them. Does he make him less of a man? Does he make him less of a man? No. He's a happy man today by God's grace. So learn to fit to balance it.
He's a metrosexual man now. He's trying to be all good, all positive. You're not going to
thank God she's there. She's hearing my voice.
He's talking about the non-controversial areas. Nobody is disagreeing with you on all these things you're saying. He doesn't want to go to the controversial areas.
No, the truth is we learn to adjust. We are not in 100 years back. This is modern age. You want your wife to be as young as you are, growing up old together. You don't want that to just all of a sudden a wife of yesterday will turn to an old woman. Stress kills. Like stress is something that deteriorates a woman's life like hell. After carrying babies for months, and then she's not. Can you give her a break?
Okay.
Sometimes go to the kitchen, my friend. Go to the kitchen and cook and serve her.
You know there are no awards being given. Nobody's giving any award here.
Go ahead. Men are here.
Nobody's giving any award here.
Can you hold on? See, listen.
Let Loco finish.
All these are contests. All these are different contests. First thing first.
Yeah.
The world we live in, as your skin color, the world you are living is different from where you are right now. You might be. There's a place you come from. The nature is in you. You can't change it. You understand? And you can travel elsewhere and be speaking about where you are living right now. Doesn't mean it will still change where you come from. You understand? That is one. So sometimes the problem is we may see ourselves as Africans. There's our culture that we are used to. Now we've traveled elsewhere because we've lived there for some good odd number of years. We started like adapting the way we see things. They're like, oh yeah, I think this is better, this is better, this is better than our own, right? That happens too. Hold on, Ikene. Secondly, right, before we go to this stage that we are right now, when you say in the olden days, how did nature structure this in the first place? How was the family structured in the first place? Is it the way it was structured, the way Africa was practicing it, or the way it was structured, the way a white man is practicing it? Because most of us, the way you are speaking right now is because of where you are right now at the moment. I believe 20 years ago.
It has nothing to do with where I am right now.
You may not know. Hold on.
No. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. You may not know. You may not see it. It may just be subconsciously speaking like this without you even realizing it. You understand? And I can tell you, 20 years ago in your life, you never thought of you thinking like this one day, but it's like, oh no, is he your slave or not?
That's why I said let me come in.
It's a man's word, you never. But I wanted to ask you a question. You said your wife working for 12 years to 12 hours. For goodness sake, why would you think about 12 hours? Why not 5 hours? Can't your wife working 5 hours? Why are you putting 12 hours? And say she worked 12 hours and she wants
because he wants to come across as a metrosexual man.
Do you understand? Why
there's a woman to go to the controversial areas.
They still work 6 hours. Too.
Exactly. Why would your wife?
No, we're making inferences, right?
No, you make balanced reference, not putting to the extreme.
Okay. Now this is it
for you now. And I'm cold. I'll finish. Now, put it this way: assuming you are working, you are a multi-millionaire. You are working, your money is enough to take care of everything in the house, and your wife is still working, maybe just because she wants to work, just to learn trade, just to be busy and whatever. You understand? Because you're a millionaire, she doesn't have to contribute anything in the house, but she still works. just to like keep our men are so busy, refresh our brain, not to get old while staying at home, not to be bored or whatever. You understand? When you're the one taking care of all the bills, she doesn't pay them, but she works. Will you still expect her to come to the house and cook for you after work when you are the one paying all the bills in the house?
No.
Anything financial, you're not taking care of it. And she's working, she's keeping her money for herself, maybe to buy a wig or do and nails, go to salon. If she comes to work,
you must let other people speak.
in the house.
I want to hear other
He
people.
asked me a question now. He asked me a question. Let me. Yeah, AY, you are not the moderator. Please keep quiet. Loco, you asked me a question, right? I think it all depends on how one was raised, right? I grew up seeing my dad doing all his hustling and all that. Still come back sometimes. He would devote like to cook for the entire family. He would cook,
Absolutely.
right? And then as kids, we were taught how to wash clothes, cook, wash dishes, right? Even till I come to this country, I will pack my dad's clothes, my mom's clothes, and wash for them with hand. No washing machine.
Exactly.
Right. As an adult, I was doing that. Right. So, and it has never departed from me. It's still there, and I still try to instill it on my children. Right.
Okay.
So now you ask the question: if I was the sole provider, billionaire, and all that, and my wife is, it's something is in you. Let me share something with you here.
I'm asking.
Hold on.
Would you still be mad if she doesn't cook at all?
Ekene, my daughter must marry your son.
Let's allow KJ to speak. Let's allow KJ to speak, please.
My daughter must marry your son. No.
Please
Ekene.
let other people speak.
You see how Tope is just trying to speak, bring the discussion away. You see all these people.
No, but wait.
No, because others will not speak today. We keep going back and forth.
Forefathers.
KJ has been married for 40 years. Let him speak.
Opportunity to speak. And I want to thank Tope O. It's good to put a face to the name. Thank you for being on the platform this evening.
So you are the Tope O that is bullying people on the comment section. I see.
Your contribution. Well done.
I see.
Well done. I appreciate it.
Is she the first time? Is she the first time she's showing up?
Yes, I appreciate it. Well done.
It's not the first time. She's been here many times.
Exactly.
It's my first time of seeing her, and so I'm appreciating her. Did I commit crime? Now, I'm going to speak from maybe like 4 different angles, and I totally agree with Kene. When we are growing up, we are taught to cook, to wash, to clean. So we still do that even as adult men now. And then we must understand the different times we are living in. And I used to say to people, if Hollywood was one of the best places where you learn, if America is one place where you learn how to love, then there shouldn't be divorce in Hollywood. But we know that Hollywood have the highest level of divorce. So there's something they are doing that is not actually working. We just like Loco was saying, we're from a different society and we have a different way of life. But we are quickly learning to adjust ourselves into the society we find ourselves. Not necessarily because it's the right thing, but because that is what is practicable in their country. Let's not forget, the nation of America is built for women and children. Unlike our own society that is masculine. Here, the favor is for to the women and to the children. When I wanted to come here, one of my friends who is an American, Black American, she called me and said, look, your country, I've come to visit many times, and I noticed that there's some major difference. I want to call your attention to it so that you need to adjust your mind quickly. In your country, men have the upper hand. When you come here, you need to look at it from the other way. If you have a problem with your wife, if the police come, they're going to throw you out of the house. You have nothing, there's nothing you can say about that. Once she says she doesn't want you in the house, you are gone out, at least for that night. So what am I trying to say here? Is that necessarily how you're supposed to go? No, it's not. It's more of a misnomer, but that is how the society has been set. And so we cannot change it. So what my advice to our brothers is, when we come here, okay, you behave the way that you have found them to behave so that you can have a peace of mind. Now, most of the time, you find out that some of our people, earlier discussion where people started, they were saying that some of our people, when they cross to this side, they take all kinds of, new way of behavior which eventually does not help that family to be sustained. So one of the things I used to tell people when I have an opportunity to advise is to say, look, you have to learn a new culture. The Igbo people have a proverb that Ojemba, the person who travels more, has more understanding. So you take that which is good from where you have gone and apply so that your own life and your family can be better. If we go to argue, see, the truth of the matter is that if you are working as a man, if you come to America and you say you're going to work and take care of the bills and your wife not do anything, you will die. And that's the other thing I want to say. The life expectancy of a man and that of a woman, the woman's one is much higher than the man. Most men after 45, in fact, if you live to be 45, 50, you have even tried in Nigeria. Because what do you think the problem is? It's because of the stress that the society puts on the burden of a man. Okay, in America, you pay for your rent every month. In Nigeria, you pay for once. So if you struggle to pay for once, you have a breather for the next 11 months. But here, the bills come every month. And sometimes, if you are like Paul, who lives in a very big house, the rent also is much. The bills for the water, electricity are much. So
who say you may live for big ass? Who say you may live for big ass?
you know, Paul live for big house and not in house. So
Who say
you cannot handle it all. So you need an assistant from your wife. And if you say you will do big man, because I see some of my Nigerian friends, they also are handling everything. They want their wife to take care of the kids and they're handling everything. Some of them have good, successful business. Some of them have been in America for 20, 30, 40 years and they've established. It's understandable. But for those people who have not established like Paul, please find a way to work together with your wife. The Igbos also have another proverb that what makes the puppy, the play of the puppy, the small puppy dog, to be happy and good is that once the other one fall, the other one go fall for him. If you fall for me, I fall for you. But if you come and say that you will not do that way, you find out that you are going to face a very stiff opposition. And the law of the nation supports the women and the children. There's nothing you can do about it. There are so many people who they're just working and doing child support only. That's all they can do. Every month they're just working for child support. They don't have a house. Some of them sleep in their cars. So what I'm saying, simply saying that we are living in a total different society. Okay? And so if you have made up your mind to be here, go with the flow. Don't try to change the law. It's not going to work for you. It won't favor you. Thank you. That's my just small contribution.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the input. Paul, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Today is just a very good day. I'm just enjoying the conversations this morning. I really support what Ekene said, 100%. First of all, our cultures and tradition. We were meant to understand that these cultures and traditions were made by men. Why do we want to give all the glory to our forefather? So if today I'm a man and I choose to tweak it a little bit like constitutions, what is wrong with that? Even though as a Christian, some of us flow with the Old Testament, today we flow with the New Testament. And the good Lord Christ said he didn't come to condemn, he didn't come to add, nor take away the one that he met and everything. So if I choose to flow with that, what is wrong? Even in the Bible, when the Bible even tell us, say Christ feed 5,000 men and children, it didn't even make mention of women. Remember all these decisions, even from Bible, to some extent, it's like patriarchy. You understand? It's about men. Take all these decisions and everything. If today we try to redefine it and make it much, much better, I don't see anything wrong with it. Even in our cultures, again, in our culture, even men get to understand that women can't even do everything. To some extent, that's why you even see most men even marry multiple wives. Because you don't expect the woman to go to farm, to go to fishing, to take care of the kids, to cook for you and everything. So they marry multiple wives so that one wife will still even be at home preparing food, do certain things, while one is in the farm with you, also help you. Just like they say, helpmate and everything. Then the natural instinct that is causing this, naturally, woman make the home. You understand? Woman make the home. So these things come organically. In my place of work, I live in the US, of many of us know. In my place of work, if a woman is pregnant, she has six months maternity leave, 100% paid. But guess what? To the paternity, you only have 3 months because naturally the mother spend quality time with the kids and everything. So we know that women make the home. But at the same time,
the paternity it's a new thing. It's even a new thing.
It's a new thing. It's men. So that's exactly what I say. Culture, tradition. Men make this tradition. Men is bringing another innovation into it again. Today, as we're talking, remember when we quick to talk about these cultures and tradition. Back then, when our culture stands so tall, women don't used to do this conventional 8 to 5 work that we are talking about. The women make the home. The man is a very strong provider. I will use my Igbo brothers. I give it to them. You understand? Where a man will marry a young woman, bring the woman to the house. The woman started making babies. They started making babies. While the man is taking care of that wife and the children, the man is still taking care of his in-law, probably training the wife younger brother, maybe training the wife younger sister. He's still training, he still do all these things. You understand? And as at that time, back in the days, this woman is still not working. You understand? The finance is coming from only the man, and the man takes so much responsibility. Then now you want to say today, I, with my own wisdom, went to marry an educated woman. You understand? And I quick to tell everybody, oh, she's educated and she's working. She's helping me pay my bill. The part that I'm known for, the woman is cutting that slack. But I want to come back from work, stay with forefather for 12 hours, argue for all I care, want my wife to do the laundry, want my wife to bring my food for me, want my wife to do everything, and I'm not ready to play any of those parts, then I will say it's culture. If I want to enjoy that culture, why did I let my wife sit down at home and enjoy this YouTube, watch Housewife of Atlanta from morning till night, provided she make my laundry, she cook my food, and not work? Why did I do that part? But I need her to help me in my own part, but I don't need to assist her in her own part. Things are changing. Let us flow with it. You understand? It's not about, say, Western culture, no Western. The West also have their own culture in their different ways. Let's tell ourselves the truth. You understand? So we can pick the finest part of theirs and add it to us. And it's these things that we're talking to 5. It's not about the Western culture. It's about the new world order. You understand? It's about the new world order. You know, if you want woman that will do all those things for you, please go to my village, go marry that lady that is not so educated, that probably can only read and write and everything. This woman will adore you, this woman will worship you. Then you pay all the bills and see if it's going to be easy for you.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work, Paul, even if you bring that village woman.
You don't need TV Joshua to prophesy that part. I know it's going to work. Let's say the truth. Only the shame of you saying you marry an illiterate alone. You understand? You are so ashamed of even telling people that my wife is not even educated at all.
Okay, I think there's a little bit of navel gazing that is going on here. Hold on. Can I just add to this, please? Because these people are just saying the same thing over and over again.
Paul, now you they see I'm as illiterate too. So men live by the side. One collector from you.
Let's just even put it like that. You understand?
Hold on. Let's say a different point of view. Let me puncture this narrative. You see, there is a contradiction in what everybody seems to be saying. 1 minute you said, okay, if it's 50-50, the woman is going out and everything, the man needs to also do their bit, which everybody agrees. The world has always been transactional. Let's face it, when you talk of marriage, it's always been transactional. There has to be a balance somewhere. So if the woman is going out 50% or the man is going out 50%, then they have to share family duties 50%. If the woman is in the family way, taking care of children and all the rest, then they have to do that. However, if the man goes out 100% of the time and says, okay, the woman can stay at home and do the job, the work at home. Even in the West here, the woman will be fine with it. Let's make no mistake. It's not only Africa. In the West, they'll be fine with it. You see the one that is blowing trumpet O's head. They don't want to hear that.
Listen. The problem we have is that what is obtainable in the West is that the women are working 50-50 with the men. doing 9 to 5 jobs. Women are coming back home at the same time with the husbands, and the women are expected to still do the chores, the cooking, the laundry, the cleaning, on taking care of the
Answer this
children
question.
on daily basis, because the so-called partners have a African mentality that the woman is expected to do
That is wrong.
all those things.
Hold
That
on.
is
Answer this
completely
question.
wrong. If any man that thinks
Answer
that
this
way,
question,
they've gotten the equation
If
wrong.
if
They've
if
gotten
the
it wrong.
situation, the man is paying 100% of the bills.
We're not talking of even bills now. We're even saying they're both working.
No, I know, and the woman is not contributing financially.
There is,
And the man is the one doing everything.
Loco,
What would
I want
the
to
woman
ask you a
do?
question. Loco, I want to
What would
ask you a
the woman
question.
do?
If you were living alone, if you're not married, aren't you supposed to pay 100% of your bills? Aren't you supposed to cook and eat?
Yes,
Aren't you
now.
supposed to clean after your bathroom and toilet?
Yeah.
So what's
So
the
what's
point?
stopping you from doing that?
No, my question to you
my
now,
goodness, what is the point?
you have a partner.
No, the point
right?
is, what is stopping you from doing that when you are married?
You are still not getting your point.
She has other things that she's doing.
Because now you are also catering for two people.
Okay,
Why
then
do you
if
think
that's
one
the
person
case,
is staying at home?
is
It's not only
being
yourself.
jealous.
Don't you? Is that not obvious?
Ekene want to be praised.
Ekene?
Offer that
No, Ekene, now that you now have a woman, the expectation is for the woman to be the one to do it. That's what they are thinking.
No, nobody's thinking that way. I never support a woman going out the same way as man and then come back home and go and do all the work.
Get this
Nobody
right.
supports that.
If Loco is living
women
in
is
a
hiding.
Loco will have no reason
excuse
to
that
be
women-
living in a 5-bedroom with duplex and everything.
Exactly. You get
He
my
will live
point.
in a place that he can do that without necessarily
You can be
having
able to
any.
afford everything yourself, so that you will not
We
have
need
to
to be
say,
practical.
the woman.
The more you have to get a
Now,
space. That can
Most women actually prefer to stay at home. Actually, even in the West here, they would rather
make a
stay at
list of
home, let the man go
some
and work,
basic things.
and they
Some
will take care
basic
of the
things.
children, especially when
Some
the
basic
children are
things a
young.
man. Some basic things a man is supposed to do in the house. Very basic, right? You are married. You are paying 100% of the bills. Doing everything. Maybe you still have your kids very little. They could do some of these jobs.
Okay.
Do you expect your wife to take out the trash outside, to roll that big stuff outside?
No.
Do you expect her?
Because it's
You
too
go
heavy.
talk
do it,
and
right?
tire.
No,
You
because
go
it's too heavy.
remind them tire.
What kind of man is going to
Okay, so some men do that. I have neighbors here. Oh no, you never see.
They allow their wives
They
to
expect
get
your men- they expect your woman. For example,
your neighbor's wife carrying the mow and be mowing the grass?
so exactly.
No,
So do you expect her to mow? Maybe you hire people to do that for you. It's
Yes,
understandable, right?
I hire people.
Yeah, maybe you hire people. But for example,
hold on,
there's this.
sorry. If you are bringing strength into it, don't bring strength into it, because when it comes to strength, you are just expect the woman to do anything that is strength wise. No, if it's strength, either you pay
I'm
or you
coming
do it
on.
yourself.
I'm coming
I'm
on.
not taking that strength
I'm
here.
coming on.
Go
I'm
ahead.
coming. Ogaloko. Do you expect your wife to iron the clothes for you? Maybe your own clothes, especially. Do you expect her to iron it for you?
What
Do
can
you expect her?
No.
Let me
Hold on
answer
now.
that question.
Do you
No,
expect
I
her?
don't expect. I don't expect them to
Do
iron
you
my
expect her to
clothes.
clean your bathroom for you? Use those.
Yes, I don't mind it, but we can take it in turns based on our schedule.
Those cleaning, smelling stuff. She will be yelling it.
Ekene, you know, stay
Based
local,
on
they
the
stay for
schedule.
London. Everything is small for London, so they don't get so much responsibility. You know, everything is small.
I don't know what the Kene is trying to play at. He's trying to
Everything
act
is
as
small for
if
London.
the African men are getting it all wrong. No, they are not
Be the
actually.
good guy. It's
See,
not practical.
you run a risk. Okay, yeah, let
No,
him finish.
AY, we're being real
You
here.
want to be. You
No,
want people
AY.
to give him accolades. Listen,
No,
Ekene,
AY, listen. AY, not a joke here.
it really
Hold
depends.
on.
It really depends.
Ame, if you want to
It
say
really
something,
depends.
Jago and Kando. Kando hasn't said anything for a
Okay.
while. Kando, please go ahead if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of good things that are said here. I think all of this starts from the beginning of a relationship. It depends on the type of relationship that you start with. If you can't afford if you can afford, you know, steak 48, you know, don't start. If all you can afford is McDonald's, don't start taking her to steak 48 because you lose her.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, it depends on the relationship, and unfortunately, you see so many males that are no longer men. I think there's a distinction between the two. Um, you know, I totally believe that men should respect their woman, and I respect all women. I mean, I have sisters. I have sisters. You know, and wherever I go, whether I go and visit their house or anybody else's house, I'm cleaning, I'm washing dishes, I'm taking out the trash. Nobody has to tell me. It's automatic. It's just because that's how I was taught growing up. You know, I know how to cook, but I would never be with a woman that doesn't cook. I just wouldn't do it personally. I mean, it doesn't mean that I don't like her, or I don't love her. You know, I wouldn't sit there be watching football and she's in the kitchen for 6 hours cooking. By nature, I'll be like, hey, is there anything I can do? Hey, you want me to do this? So displaying that supportive role. But I, you know, I don't, again, it's about knowing what you want, knowing the type of family that you want, knowing the woman that you're getting married to, and what is the dynamic of this family? I think Kenneth said it correctly earlier on. What is the family to you? What are you guys building from the very outset? Are you going to have 2 kids? Are you going to have 4 kids? How are we going to manage them? How are they going to go to school? And everyone understand their primary role. There are primary roles in my own belief system. I'm not going to marry a woman and I'm the one cooking for her. That's not going to happen. Call me whatever you want to call me. That's not going to happen. I will expect her, if she doesn't know how to cook, no matter how beautiful she is, no matter how intelligent, if she has 33 PhDs, if she can't cook, she's not for me. It's just not for me. I mean, I'm not saying it.
Can do his old school. Can do his old school.
No, he's not. Madam Toko, he's not old school. You see, number
maybe
two.
you are too. Maybe you are too modern.
That's why we
you are
said
looking
it
at
depends.
things like men and bad.
just
That's
want
why
to
we
hear
said it
what she want
depends.
to hear.
Ekene and I
That's why
on
we
the same
wait.
wavelength.
But you see, this is why we said it depends on what you start out with. To me, like some of the people have said, I will, if my woman makes 20 billion a year, it don't concern me. That's just money that you make. If you're the CEO of a company, congratulations, that's wonderful. But when you come into this house, I'm your husband in this house.
Yeah, you're the boss.
I'm not the boss in terms of, I'm the boss, but I'm the husband.
You are the leader.
Look,
well, we can get cooks for you to take care of the cooking.
No, hold on. How many people in America have cooks? How many people? Even those who are considered to be rich.
Only black people that
can afford to have a cook.
Only Nigeria.
You see, we play this foolishness. Like in Nigeria, my parents have cook. Yeah. I can't afford a cook and a driver. What are we talking about here? But at the same time, I don't expect my woman to go out and work for 12 hours a day. That is insanity.
No way.
What are you doing?
Especially if you've got your young children. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm out working 10, 12 hours and you're out working 10, 12 hours, who is raising the household? So people have to, people have to hold on, KJ. People have to make a determination of what it is that they want. And what I see as the major problem of this day and age is not that the men cannot provide. It is all those extras. I want to take 32 vacations a year. I mean, and I want my man to even go with me. I mean, what is your man doing that he can afford to be going on vacations all over the place? It is just those extras that people want, and I've come to in my mother's side family. There are hundreds of strong women, educated women that make good money, but they will never. They not bond them well. Make them disrespect the husband we then get. So it depends on the dynamics of the family. That's what I see.
Okay, you
I
see,
don't think we're talking about disrespect.
Hold on now. I was
We're
checking the
talking about
Saudi
shared
Arabia picture.
responsibility,
Hold on. I
right?
was checking the Saudi Arabia data.
Yeah, I said that. I said that. Me. Nobody has ever asked me, can you take the trash out? Nobody. Even when I come to your house. Because I see everything going on. I manage situation. I manage things. You know why would anybody have to come and tell me to go and take the trash out?
Thank you. You know what I checked? I went and checked whether the same pattern repeats itself, like in Saudi Arabia or other nations, because I'm beginning to think, because I've had a lot of our men talk about how they can cook and hold on, how they can cook. I don't see white men bragging about how well they can cook, and Indian men bragging about how well they can cook, or Chinese men bragging about it. The idea behind that, and I worry that maybe our men are prioritizing the wrong things. While they are busy trying to be metrosexual men, they've left their flanks undefended and unprotected at all. They are not doing the true job of a man. Hold on, let me finish the point. They are not doing the true job of a protector. They are busy doing the job of being metrosexual men. And maybe that's something we have to be careful about. Because all the other groups,
I hear you. Let me come in, please. Let me come in, please. No, please, let me come in. Wait, bros. When man they talk first, man, make it they talk now. Listen, I've been all speaking all these things. You see, I keep saying to us here, it's dangerous for us to be using some of these terminologies like metrosexual and thinking that we don't have a perception. As a Yoruba man, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I've heard it. I've heard it from Kene, who has spoken precisely about how we are brought up. As a Yoruba man, there's no Yoruba man that I don't know who can't cook. Not one. Because we learn how to cook from child. We learn with the girl. We don't do any other thing. You understand? My father was probably a better cook.
Has it been like that in the remote past?
Let me say, my old man and my grandfather, they can cook. And their cooking, I would say, is even better than the women's. Because they'll put such a slant on the way they cook, I can taste the difference. However, my mother's cooking was so regular that it's in my blood. I remember it. It's loving. It's kosher, correct. We have all this in us. You see, when we come to, when Oyimbos first came to our lands, the fact that women were active in the forestry, in the markets, and all these places, the Oyinbo man did not like it because that's not what he was dealing with at that time. At that time, the Oyinbo world was strictly women are at home being housewives and men are working. The thing is, women in the West have been tricked. People don't know this. People don't know what's gone on. They're just talking. Women have been tricked through the suffrage and through the vote and through all these kinds of positions of politics, have been tricked into going to work. And in that, the structure, the country is now taxing both men and women when they were only taxing men before. This is a double wage that they're receiving. This is where we are going. So before we came to metrosexual that you're just waking up to today, they're stupid terminologies. All these are just terminologies to confuse you. They don't tell you what's happened.
I don't know what you are trying to say.
Wait, please.
So what do you understand by the term before you start calling it all kinds of names?
No, it is all kinds of names because you don't know that these things aren't they're structures. They're not real. They're nothing real. I'm a man.
But that is what people are defining themselves as.
Yes, but I'm saying to you, it's a trick. It's a trick to have you discussing nonsense as opposed to the real thing before these new appendages came. Before they came, they were taxing one man per household. Now they're taxing 2 people per household.
When I say metrosexual, I'm basically talking about the type of men that believe that, the kind of stuff Kene tried to spell out without spelling out the edges.
But what I'm saying to you is what I'm saying to you is what Kenneth spelled out is part of our heritage. It's been with us for.
If that is part of your heritage,
why are you not understanding? Because I understand what metrosexual.
You are saying.
I understand what metrosexual means, but it doesn't mean what Ekene said. It actually doesn't. What Ekene said is deeper than the metrosexual word that you're bringing to the table.
No, tell me how it is deeper.
It's deeper because the term metrosexual means much more than a man supporting his wife and a wife supporting a husband. Metrosexual means a person who is rather candid in his lifestyle. He can dress the way he wishes. He can be quite camp in the way he dresses. He can be rather effeminate. This has got fuck all to do with us. It's got fuck all to do with us.
And the metrosexual that he's talking about, you found it more among the Gen Zs.
They're rubbish. It's rubbish. It's just rubbish that we're all I'm saying. No, wait. Forefather, I haven't spoken a lot. Just wait a minute.
Talking. Yeah, you see, if you want to do to and fro, you have your say. I have my say. You have your say. I have my say. That's how
this is a term that was even made popular in 2003.
If you understand like that, if you understand it, that when you finish speaking is when I began to speak. But you interrupted.
You're talking again.
I don't mind the to and froing. All I'm saying is that my mind tells me something different than your mind tells you. That's all.
No, it's just words. You use a word that I believe is inaccurate.
Forefather,
what I'm describing, hold on. What I'm describing is that I worry because I've seen it in the African American communities and in many of our communities, just like they convince us to believe that religion is our own and if different type of religion we practice, we speak their language, we do everything. There are maybe cultures that they have inculcated within our groups that makes us quite docile as a people. That we don't necessarily understand.
You see, it's not everything that could be.
Let me finish my point. You just finished your point.
I didn't finish my point. You have interrupted me since I began.
Okay,
because
fine.
I was saying,
Let me finish my point.
No, that's unfair, bro.
And the point I'm making is that those people, the within our culture, we are inculcating stuff. Then when I check other groups of men around the world, the stuff that most of us are here crowing about, we are not crowing about how we are not protecting our women and children. We are not crowing about how we are crowing about how we can cook.
No. You see, you're not understanding. Okay, you said yours, and I don't agree with it at all. You understand? I believe it comes from a rather. It doesn't come from a. It doesn't. If I may, please, guys. It doesn't come from an expanse of understanding in terms of the years and the dynamics as what has taken place over the years in terms of the dynamic between men and women and the politics of these days. The politics of these days has suggested a lot of different things in my lifetime. In my lifetime, I've seen so many different things being positive. And all these different things, they have a narrative. And this narrative, people jump on it without really understand where it comes from, is what I'm trying to put to you. I'm saying to you that when the Europeans first came into Africa, especially, I will speak about Yoruba land, I'll speak about the whole Nigeria particularly. Basically, the women were in the way of the white man. Why were they even around? Was what the man Oyinbo was saying. How comes the women can be so socially uplifted? Don't you know that they're supposed to be in the home? This was indoctrinated into us because that was not us. If you see and you understand what they call Nigerian art, you would always see a man with a woman. You don't see them alone. You don't see them alone. You see them together because that's what the whole thing is about. But we were given this narrative about the importance of a man, and it came from a Christian or a religious aspect for them to do what they did in Africa. You notice that a lot of the fight that was against the Europeans there were so many women that were ahead of these wars against the Oyibo man. Women. But you see, we carry the narrative of the West and we hail it up to the sky as though it's the most important thing, but it doesn't speak about the diligences. My parents were here. I saw my dad wash plates. I saw my dad cook. I saw my dad took care of us. My mother was away in Nigeria. Wait. Let me explain. Please, I haven't spoken a lot.
When you are saying it sounds like it's in Nigeria, but I just wanted to confirm whether it was in London. That's all.
Mine happened in Nigeria.
Our family home, in terms of our what do they call it when you have mother, father, and siblings? Our something family, our unique family. I forgot the term. We lived here in the UK. My mother was a businesswoman. My father, he was a professional. You understand? In terms of he was a biochemist. That was his trade. That was his reading. Yes. So he was always working. Whereas my mother, she would work as well as do business. And so she'll be back and forth from Nigeria. There was a time she was there for 2 years. My dad did absolutely everything. The way the family house ran under my dad was quite different than the complications with my mum involved. But what it is that my dad had that thing under him. He could do it easily. It wasn't an issue. He could do it. It wasn't a problem. We didn't have to say, where's mummy? We weren't doing that. We were functioning as a family, even though mummy was 5,000 miles away. So all I'm saying is that we have to really think deeply about what's happening around us, especially when we're using these terms that really don't marry to us, if we understand who it is that we are. We're talking about relationship, and we're talking about the difficulties that men and women, especially black men and women, are having in terms of harmony.
I would like to argue something that maybe what you are describing is a more modern thing, because if we all come from a culture of polygamy, chances of that the man being the cook is very, very slim. And
again, all it is that that's an argument, but it's not. I'm talking about my. I'm talking about my life. Look. On this panel, Ekene has spoken this thing the same way I'm speaking about it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's modern to you, but yeah, I'm saying that.
No, it's not modern. It's not. You may even call it modern, but what it is the practicality of living in the modern world. There's a way how we have to live in the modern world.
We've already accepted that. That's a different.
Well, then we don't necessarily have to complicate it, especially when we have given.
You went after was because I was calling that this thing metrosexual, while in reality you know full well that we come from a polygamous lineage, and generally
it's not strictly polygamous. It's not strictly polygamous.
My point. You're not going to see the men crowing on top of the roof that you know what, I can cook. No, what they will be proud of is something else, and I worry that maybe
I don't think that's what we're saying.
Brainwashing, we are being brainwashed.
I don't think that's what we're saying. Maybe that's what you're reading, but I don't believe that. I don't think that's what Ekene is saying or anybody. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, Wait, please, guys, please, let me finish, please. I'm an individual that can cook, and my cooking is fantastic. If you're around when I'm having dinner and you're saying, so that lamb shank was fantastic, I enjoyed it fully. It's not necessarily a boast. It's just a part of thing that carries on. It's not a boast. What you see, anybody's life has more to it than just the minutiae of cooking, washing, and XYZ. All we are saying is that this is how me as an individual of 58 years old, that's how I've functioned since I was born. I functioned to know how to cook, to know how to clean, to know how to keep myself tidy. I function in these diligent spaces. They're nothing new. Because now Oyinbo can't put name for it. I now need to start.
It's relatively new. That's what I'm trying to convey to you. But if you understand it, it's relatively new. You just think you are the traditional African man, but you are not.
No. You see, it's not that I'm a man of today, bro. I'm a man of today. Let me and forefather just go at this a minute.
No.
I don't want to drag this out too much. I just want
to. You are a metrosexual man. You are a metrosexual man without even knowing it.
forefathers.
No,
When
I don't believe you.
when I
See,
grew up in
the word
Nigeria, I
metrosexual,
know
the
a
word
lot of
metrosexual
men.
came
Do you really know the definition of
in
metrosexual?
the late
Growing up in
90s.
Nigeria,
Do you know
I
the
know
definition of
forefathers.
metrosexual? The
I know
forefathers.
It's just a word that
I
I'm
know a
missing.
lot
Just
of
a
men
word.
growing up in Nigeria. I know a lot
Just
of
leave
my
it on
dad's
that.
friends. I know a lot of uncles. I have never seen one of them in a kitchen. Never growing up. Never. I know how to cook because
That's a
But it's
Yoruba
not to
thing.
say they can't.
I know
That's
how to
a
cook because
Yoruba
I'm
thing
around.
your generation can do.
I know. It's no. I don't know any Yoruba man. I come from. Go and check it. I come from the Alamutu family. There are thousands of men. Thousands. I don't know one of them that cooks. I don't know one that cooks. Not
Did
one.
you see Alamutu family?
Yes.
They are not hungry yet.
No, because there are women that will cook. No, because they have women around them that will do the cooking. So there's no, it's not me. I can cook.
Wait, Ekene, why are you trying to live a jungle life like US Oma for yourself?
Local. Maybe
Why
I'll come. Yeah, local. Let me put it straight, right? I'm one that local. Hold on. I'm one that if I go to a restaurant,
Let me say
Hey,
something.
boys, can let me mute him.
I want to
AY,
say
your
this.
piece, please.
I want to say this, right? I'm a bit disappointed the discussion we have here because some people hold on. Some people just think this is a one-way street. It's not one way. There is no such thing. Don't come and dictate for people here. Oh, this is. It's just like Kandu just said. Men in their family, he has never seen his uncle cook in the kitchen. His father was married for 50 years. Some men will also tell you, "Oh, my father used to cook." You see some family that this thing, even the issue of sharing the house chores with your wife at home, even in America. I know of somebody in Texas. He even give the wife stipend. The wife does not work. Take care of the house. He take care of everything. So this thing is actually different. That's the discussion I was having with Fumi on the comment section. There is no one way. If you're looking for a housewife that you don't want her to work, let her know, have that agreement. Let her stay at home. You take care of the bill. If you want a woman, most men, if you want a woman that you want to share 50-50, bring all your money, I bring all my money, so be it. If you work for you guys, there is no two ways. Sometimes I think we are even confused because you see situations.
What happened to your audio?
Now, gods of the women shut him down. See,
let me respond to this comment. Can I just respond to this comment? You see, this thing that people are doing, we have to be careful. This might be another layer of brainwashing because I say this because I check other groups. I don't see other men out there being the proudest that, oh, I can cook. No, they are not. They don't care about that. That's not their priority. But their priority is kicking our backsides. So what if you are saying that I'm saying that our men are getting feminized, I don't care about that. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that maybe our men are focusing on the wrong things. Maybe because I said this to an African American man the other day. He was talking about how he changed his napkin. And then I said, well, maybe that is what is wrong. You are busy changing napkin when you should be defending your community. Other men are doing that. They're not busy changing napkins and being proud about doing all this sort of stuff. Maybe that's what we are getting wrong because we have big problems here to deal with.
So are you saying that you marry a wife and she becomes a housewife perpetually? All she does is just give birth, raise children, clean, and that is for the rest of her life? Is that what you're saying? That all you, the man, would do is to just go out, become your metrosexual man that you say you want to be, and just dress fine and make yourself happy. Is that?
You know how it works. See, I can be a housewife. What do they call it? I can be a house husband. How do they call it?
Like I said,
I don't care.
However you want your home
provides,
to be, make it for you, for yourself.
I go with your formula. Whoever provides this thing, the breadwinner, this thing, she will go out. The other person take care of the home. That's how it works in a modern society. But I think the men have to remember their primary duty. I feel that they are forgetting their primary duties. Oh,
How would that stop you? How would that stop you? How is cleaning, taking care of your home stop you from protecting your home?
You know why? Okay,
because you're dirty bungle.
Let me let Loco go because I'm over talking.
See the design, See the design. Man,
Everyone wants to say something. He's next.
I'm back.
After
I'm next, right?
We have people before us, right? We have people before us in this world. We have like the Abraham, we have Noah, we have ancient people to look at like that.
I know them. I don't know these people you're talking about. I know my ancestors.
Hold on, wait first now. I call Abraham, I call Noah, I call that. Like those are the people you believe that God like one-on-one.
No, I don't believe.
If you like, you're not good, that okay, no problem. But the design is this, right? Before this advent of I want to go and work and pay my bills, right? I want to go and work and pay tax and pay all these things. Before all this useless government, this world leader called the change of this nonsense, put all the men for BP, they give us high blood pressure. Before all these things, before Caesar started to introduce tax, how was it done before? Where everybody was having sane mind, everybody, the men were living long. Hold on now, let me finish. Where they were having long life, good health, and all that stuff. No challenge, no envy, no I better pass my neighbor, no na me get money pass this and that, no femininity, no women's rights, no masculinity, no male violence. It was like this, right? There's a home, man and woman, and they have children, meaning they have a family. The man is like the militant, the soldier, the leader, the defender, the commander. You understand? The warlord, right? He does anything strong, strength, anything powerful, anything provide. He goes to war, he go and suffers himself, stress himself, overcome every obstacle, danger, or wherever, right? The woman is the soft side species, so that because of her softness, she has the calmness to take care of that stressful man that came from war, or to a bit of risking his life, a bit of providing for the wife to keep them alive, right? So his own is to go there, go to the forest, escape lion, escape snake, escape everything, kill all the animal he wants to kill, and
we don't have those things now. We're in a modern world.
Oh, see, hold on. Your papa gave birth to you. Your great grandfather gave you. Your ancestor, so it came from back to front. So because you are there now, doesn't mean your ancestor does not exist. You understand? Something gave birth to what you are thinking of today. And the birth that he gave you today, now, is it the right birth that he gave or the wrong birth? You understand? So because one is giving birth to the other, in some point it got tweaked because of the government's world we are living right now. And because we are living in this life, we have to adjust to it. But because you have to adjust to it doesn't mean, how was this thing designed ordinarily? Why is it that we are cajoled, we are forced, we are compelled to live the life we are living right now? Because it's the way we live. Why can't we just...
Who designed it then?
Sorry?
Who designed it then?
Greedy bastards. That time? Or now?
That then?
Nature.
No, then.
It was God's design. Nature was God's design.
Men like you and I.
Hold on. See, yes, which is nature, men now, right? Hold on now, which is men. Men that had reason to think properly without stress. Men that do not envy.
So,
men that have peace
so
of
can
mind.
we adjust it now? Does it mean that we don't think properly when we make some adjustment to fit the modern days?
We make decisions based on societal pressure right now.
Look, I disagree with you. Times
No,
have changed.
we make decisions based on pressure.
Hold on. Okay, I'm forced to give my own. I'm now forced to give my own story.
It's actually rude. Let's allow other people to speak. Is it Amy or
that you don't agree with me doesn't mean that I will not talk.
But you can't just overtalk and say people don't agree with you. That's not how it works.
We talk more than the moderator.
Allow people to talk. It's only fair because other Amy hasn't said anything for ages.
I've not talked since I took my turn.
Sometimes somebody says,
I just want to show everybody this is palm wine.
I wanted to share my own story.
I recommend everybody take
and I think it will help us here.
We are going to go backstage soon.
Can we go around?
Just give me a minute.
Amy hasn't said anything for ages. Leave it. Eme, please.
Let me speak. Yeah, don't worry.
Also,
Me, I will
please
give up.
let it go.
let
it go, Ram Circles, so that we can.
So as
so when we go backstage anyway, everybody will have a chance to have their say.
As P tried to say that there was a time it was nature that dictated to us, and of course, as at that time, you can imagine the population of the world. So it was essential that men go out, the women stay indoors, and they take care of the family. Naturally, that is how it should be. But now the situation has changed, except if you still want to live in that kind of a life. And it's going to even cost you to live that kind of a life right now. Except maybe you go to the villages. But if you want to, with the level of
or you end up being single, you divorce you and find another man.
That's the point.
Even in the village, you still send your children to school. In the village today, you still send your children to school.
With the level of
people are making
education,
good money. People are making money now. Good money.
If you are making local P, if you are making money, even your wife will go to kitchen normally, naturally. You won't even. Most ladies say they just want to bath, wake up, paint their nails, feed their family. They are even happy to feed the family. It is a normal thing. It is inherent in every woman. Forget what beauty.
No, not
beauty,
in every woman.
Wait,
no.
AY.
Now which women? Now which woman?
Which community again? Just a tiny percentage. Don't
exactly.
Continue.
It is inherent in every woman to want to take care of that family and feed them and cook for them. Even the woman that says, "Oh, my husband should do," why that she's expecting, maybe she's also working and doing this, and is look, if the husband does it well, do the needfuls all around, the woman naturally we jump to the kitchen all the time.
God will bless you, brother. Let me tell me about say money, this and that. If the man do everything, the man go volunteer, go cook by herself. She not complain.
That's why I said it is naturally woman make the home. That does not mean that if the woman has. Look, let me tell you, forefather, please give me 1 minute. I'm about to leave this show.
I should give you 1 minute. I'm still talking now.
Okay, you go ahead.
No, continue.
Okay. So I will tell you something. My elder sister, my elder sister, she's leaving the US tomorrow from Nigeria. My sister traveled between China, Dubai. She's well educated. Somewhere along the line, she stopped working. She started doing business and everything. Fastly and everything. When she started having grandkids and first daughter, she's schooled in the US. She have her first degree in the US. She have a master's degree in the US. She went back to Nigeria, gained a job in Chevron, got married to a young man who also went to the University of London. You understand, graduated. The mother worked for almost 30 years in Chevron. And funny enough, things change. This guy is working for Chevron for almost 10 years as a contract staff. And this girl is working as a full-time staff in Chevron. So the girl is bringing audio money with audio allowance. This is a young man who's schooled in University of London with first class. But the Nigeria thing, the guy couldn't get in. Working in Chevron, couldn't get in as a full-time staff. You know that you must got married to a young girl there who is working and everything. You know, everything. Sometimes people use all those stigma and everything. This girl sacrificed a whole lot and left Nigeria for Canada because of the guy, because it's just affecting the guy's psyche. Left for Canada. They are doing very, very fine in Canada. The both of them, they are working in the refinery in Canada. They are making money. But at the same time, even getting to Canada, the girl is still doing way better than the guy. When they started having this issue here and there, my sister called me and talked to me about it. And when she called me and talked to me, when I listened everything, I called the girl, I talked to the guy, I said, you marry a young man who is very well. What you don't understand, boys will be boys. This boy know how to play game very well. But he still know how to give this kid shower. He still know how to make food for the kid. But she don't understand why the guy play game. I said, boys will be boys. You understand? If you see your own younger brother, you have only one brother, play game up to date, that have gone to university and is back, you don't find it to be anything. You don't see your brother to be a bad brother, but now you don't see your son to be a bad husband because he play game and everything. You have to understand that they come from two different backgrounds. and everything. I just talked to her. I said, go enjoy your relationship. If your husband is bringing something to the table and you are bringing something to the table, manage it. Slowly, somewhere along the line, things started working for them. My elder sister, they pushed my not to work, though she stopped working. What my sister is doing, she'll stay in Canada for 2-3 months, move to US to stay with her last daughter, who is in Texas. Come to Lagos, stay in Lagos maybe 1 week, run to Abuja, cook for the husband, stay with the husband small, and leave. But at the time, many years ago, I see them with this perfect Indian love where the husband don't even want her to work. You understand? Somewhere along the line, she started doing business. Slowly, slowly, when the kids started going to schools, you understand, in the US and in the UK, it was tough on the man. This is where my sister started bringing her money and everything. And the man appreciated and even regret for the many years that he was so jealous, he was so scared for my sister not to work. But he favored my sister when she started doing business and everything. But today, my sister is not even bringing 1 cent. You understand? But what she does, she just travel around the world. What I mean by travel around the world, from Canada to the US, to Lagos, and to Abuja. She just do. Sometimes we can learn to micromanage ourselves. I am telling you today, if husbands still bring that ideology, probably they must have divorced. You understand? Probably the home would have been something else. So we should learn to understand that time change everything. We should understand it. Every one of us here as a man today want to train our girl child. Why do we want to put our girl child to get all this degree? All just to go cook for a man, clean for a man,
this is an
and make the home. It
interjection,
just
Paul.
don't make any sense.
Paul, this is an interjection. You read a sermon for us now. We are now converts. We have now converted us, Paul.
My brother, no, we have to change. Please.
Father, where are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be back again. Father, just go.
The thing is, the truth is that some of us only eat homemade food. Somebody like me, I find it difficult to eat in a restaurant. If I come to a restaurant and eat, I must find fault there. And sometimes I go home with stomach ache. Because of that, I develop on time to cook for myself. So I don't wait for nobody to cook for me. Even when I was cutting, you come to my house, food is ready. I just have to serve you. If I want to take you out, it's just that I just want to take you out. Ordinarily, sometimes I will eat at home before I even go that out and serve, because I know at the end of the day I will end up eating rubbish there, right? I might buy food, other food. I'll end up not eating.
Know how to cook water.
Now,
water. They say there
was a time. My kind of job, I travel far. Like I go out of state. I'll go to this job, come back. Yeah, maybe something like that. So I will come back. I come back, I'll still have my energy, take shower, enter the kitchen and cook and fill everywhere with food. And that is, I don't see, because when I left, my wife was busy with the kids, taking care of them and all that. So I come back, I found like a food stuff in the fridge and all that. I'll pick this. And before you know it, I'm done cooking. It does not remove anything from me.
Yes.
Does not remove any energy from me. I still have my energy to perform my duty on the other side. So I don't know why a man should not be cooking.
On what side?
Do me a favor.
On what side?
Train your son like that. Because
on what
I was not raised like that as an Urobo man.
Wait, Paul, I need to ask. He said his duties on the other side.
Can we let him speak?
No worries.
You said, Tope, you said what?
I wanted to ask Ekene. Ekene said he has duties on the other side to fulfill.
He goes saying this message. No worry. He goes saying this message.
No, she asked a question. Every field. Securing the house as the chief security officer of the house.
Send a text message.
Okay.
I'm maintaining the other side. So you have to balance it. You are the man.
Okay, AY, please go ahead and so that we close out. We need to go backstage.
You see, what I was talking about, right? We need to be honest, it's not a one-way thing. Every marriage, I personally believe, is unique. What works for people, let it work. Even if you go study our parents, Some of them will tell you they never cook. Some said, oh, I don't have problem with cooking. It all really depends. So what we are trying to postulate here that, oh, it has to be this way, I don't really believe that. Sometimes I even feel this generation is kind of confused because you see some, for example, black women that want to live like white women, black men that want to live like white men. They tell you, okay, when it comes to house chores, you got to do everything. When it comes to money, you are the man. Then you see some men, the women will bring 50-50. They don't want to help the women to do all the work at home. They tell you, oh, cookies for you, this one is for you. Sometimes I feel we are confused, but the bottom line, I have seen different marriages. What works for family, works for people, good. Let them enjoy it. I don't think you should, there is no manual where you tell a man that you have to do, the woman must do this. I don't believe in that. Thank you.
Very true.
Thank you. Let me. I please give your submission on this before we.
No, that's cool. I'm listening to everybody, man. It's just I heard everything.
Thank you.
Nah, everybody, like you just listen. Like AY rightly said, there's no manual and there's nothing. I think it's just a lot of people trying to be westernized by force. Is a lot of what I'm seeing. You know, so whatever works for you, do it. You want to kiss an asshole for your relationship? That's cool. You want to act that.
Or them making Western people.
Oh my God!
Why for father laughing?
I don't
Sorry, wait. I want to ask a question.
Is it possible? Don't turn the person to slave. Get money where you do, where you go make. You don't go worry your wife the work now.
Is it possible for the white men to sit like this now and be saying, no, discussing about how to become African, to do what African men are doing? Is it possible for white men to think that way?
No way.
Then why this now?
They're doing it. It's possible.
It's possible. They are trying to do.
Whether you like it or not.
What are they trying to copy in the African men? Tell us.
How to take care of their women. How to love their women.
So, in other words, not
like how forefathers and AY love their women. We're talking about how you love your women properly.
So
you know Ekene is a deceiver. You go call Ekene wife now, you go shop when Ekene wife go talk.
She did background, she did listen.
You go shop. And you go shop when Ekene wife go talk. Go say this guy, are you they deceive people for here?
Gentlemen, Amy Locon, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your submissions. You are quite technical sometimes, and other times it's all right. We're all humans. I do enjoy your submission, and you have been here long. I think this is one of your longest sessions, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for he's been here quite long, and Loco P returning back from the wilderness. Loco P went to the wilderness and discovered. I know. I'm just saying you went to the wilderness.
Tougher than a free man now.
Yeah, you're always welcome here now. Thank you for joining us today.
I never see Tope happy like this because Kene they speak. Oh, Kene, you speaking the man. That is it.
It's like everything I've been saying about these other topics have been annoying.
No, let's not start. I'm trying to close up. This life is a teacher.
Don't do this.
You better not find yourself.
See, Jago, let me thank Jago for coming, please. Jago, thank you for coming in. We need to go backstage. Jago, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate your submissions. And as always, incisive, and sometimes you get heated and all the rest, but it's all good. Thank you. I appreciate the time you spent here with us. Kando, he's the one that started the fire in this thing. The first time he started talking about this stuff, it got very, very hot, very, very quickly. We were just talking gently and calmly. He got very, very hot. Thank you for joining us, Kando. I don't know where that heat came from, but it's all good. Thank you. And Kede just come to pour fire on top of it. To make all the shame on the men. That's what he came here to do. And you've succeeded. You've got a new fire here, Tope.
I come to help us so that we'll do better.
Thank you, Kede. I appreciate that. To be fair, most of your points are not controversial. That's the truth. It's not controversial. I agree with them. AY, thank you for joining us as always. And AY is a leveler. He tries to keep this on the level. Thank you for joining us, AY. And I speak the truth. Always not eager to speak. He doesn't want to hear his own voice. He just likes to, have conversations and all the rest. Thank you for joining us. I speak the truth. And Tope, the special guest of honor for Kede. I appreciate you for spending. Tope doesn't come on live often, so I really appreciate you for coming in today. And I'm sure the topic was interesting for you. I hope you had views that are not too offensive, including mine. Thank you for joining us, Tope. And let me say some greetings to the ones on the chat. Guy Owalale, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Fumio, I see you there. Always being a hater. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Re-hater.
No mind that. Hybrited, I see you there. Hybrited, thank you for joining us. Adesina John, I see you there. Tracy Jacobin, I see you there. A for real, that's also on the chat. I salute you there. Tracy Jacobin, Manuel. Pardon? Who is that?
Somebody is pleading that we should help you find a village girl.
Manuel Ferreira. You are looking for my trouble today, Manuel Ferreira. Thank you for joining us, Manuel Ferreira. What do you think? Come on. What do you think before? What do you think before?
I wonder how many times you would offer a mic and send her to backstage. I wonder how many.
Oh God, take it easy. Nwachuku, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Nwachuku. That was an easy name to say. Who else is there? Let me see. Oh my God, my this thing has gone again. Oh goodness, I don't know where my browser is now. Oh, am I being? Sorry, my browser just disappeared on me. It's all right. It's all good. It's all right. So let's see. Equity, fairness, and justice. I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Eddie A is there as always. Thank you for joining us, Eddie A. Let me see Fumio. I'm sure that I will be skipping Fumio now one of these days. Sometimes it can be quite nice, but these days not today. Henry Johnson, I see you there, Henry Johnson. Vital Info 20. Young One, I see you there, Young One. I like that name actually. Young One, I see you there. And let me go to the people that donated and thank them. As always, Alexander Gomez is always the first. We appreciate you, Alexander Gomez, always supporting the channel and always supporting the debate and conversations that our people are having. You have to admire people that support the channel. One man went to Mo, and we appreciate him. It's funny enough, one man went to Mo comes to this channel now, people appreciate him a bit more because the election period is over. Let's hope that in the next 2 to 3 years that we maintain that spirit of openness. Something tells me I shouldn't hold my breath. Tensions will rise again. And Kulata, again, thank you for the donation, Kulata. We appreciate it. And Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. Thank you for the donation again. Oscar Blackbone, thank you for the donation again. Superman, with the picture of Abamieda in that place. Thank you for the donation. $5. Kulata again with his $2. Thank you for the donation, Kulata, who is a maker for life. Thank you for your $5 super sticker donation, a maker for life. I think is that the maker that comes on the panel sometimes. Kulata, thank you for the £2. And a Black Beauty, thank you for the donation, $5. Thank you for the donation. And Kulata again. And Pansat is not very happy, but he still managed to donate. Thank you for the donation, Pansat. That's greatly appreciated.
That was the Tommy Pansat today.
Yeah. Pansat was. It's a shame though. Pansat didn't get a chance to say talk too much.
He stopped that drove him away. On the comments they were bullying him.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Topeo, thank you for the donation with $2 and including the one that he donated last week. Topeo really shelled out. She was then celebrating her birthday and all. She really shelled out to the platform. Thank you for the donation again. One man went to Mo. We appreciate you all. And till tomorrow or today, for properly. Later on today, we'll be live again and we'll be having some interesting conversations. I hope you all have a good day ahead. Till this evening, we'll join us, and remember, like and share, and let people that know that tell them about this channel. Let them know that the kind of conversations we're having here. It's quite unique. People are showing their face here every weekend, having open conversations. Invite them to come and join us, because these are conversations. It cannot be had. It will only be in one section. As much as I enjoy these gentlemen and women that join us here, we want the field to expand, because the more people that know about the conversations we're having here, the better it will be for all of us, because we're all educating ourselves. I've learned a few things today, actually, but they didn't give me a chance to learn enough, so I just shut up my mouth. So I wanted to learn a bit more. So till next time, bye everyone.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long.